I'm Jimmy Shane, and you're watching H1 Unlimited on YouTube.
Hello, race fans, and welcome back to the Tri-Cities of Washington. We've just completed a wonderful air show and a couple 2-hour break. We said we would be back on the air at 1 o'clock, and we're getting better in this punctuality thing here, Mr. Eccles. That looks like 1 o'clock to me. We're getting good.
That's a good start, best start of the day.
Absolutely. So not only are we back on board at 1 o'clock when we said we would be, and everybody's had some cool drinks and something to eat, we got boats on the water. Tell us a little bit about who we got, Dustin. What are we doing now with 3 minutes until the start?
Brad, we have the 2.5-liter modifieds out here right now and a couple of stock boats on the inside. Right now on the left side of your screen, you're looking at Travis Olsch, and on the right side of your screen, Preston Wrights. A couple of stock boats getting up there. This is a fight for lanes class. On the back straightaway, heading up into turn number 2 right now, that is Marissa Bartels in the A1. That's an alcohol fully modified Ford out there, and on the back straightaway, that looks to me like Jacob Malden. Jacob Malden running a alcohol Honda out here today, and he had a fantastic heat earlier in the day. He's got that boat really running.
And this should be Mr. Malden, his boat. This should be the one that should sound a little different.
I love it.
I know you do.
Love this thing, and I just can't state it enough. But yeah, you listen to it, and they run this thing over 9,000 RPMs, and it's just really cool. And he's got Malden's well service on the side, helping him pay the bills. Julianne Sparrow Grove Photography, 4-piston. Great to see some help with those guys. And the A1, the Bartels boat, that's BWR boat, Windsor Associates on the side also. In the A90, that's Sundown Marine, that's Travis Olsch, and he's cutting through the infield right now in that purple boat. I love the lines. You looked at that boat yesterday, it just stands out. It
does. It's definitely different on the water. It stands out because of the color, and it stands out because of the lines. An easy one to pick out. Travis Olsch, he's down at the bottom end of the race course, right at the apex, looking at the clock. $1:20, 1:20 until the start. You like where they are?
Yeah, you know, right now you've got Preston Wrights in the back straightaway about halfway up. Again, that's a stock boat. He can go slow. It's not going to get loaded up. He can turn that water pump on, keep it cooled. You see the modified boats, they've got to get a running start at it. Look at the Bartels boat on the outside. She's got it wound up, and that thing is so fast. And as long as she can keep it going that fast, it's going to be hard to beat. They're looking pretty good right now, just under a minute left.
And do we know if it's Marissa?
I believe it's Marissa.
Okay.
Marina has been helping Gunnar out. Gunnar's got some very important heats going today, so I believe she is there on the dock helping Gunnar.
Marissa it is.
And a few boats that didn't quite make it. This is a lot of attrition in this class, but we still have 4 very, very fast boats left, and this is going to be a good race. And that's Jacob Malden in the back right now, and he's going to get a run at the start.
All right. Travis Olsch in between boats as they get to just about to the exit pin of the corner, and then we're going to come to the line. We're inside 20 seconds. 20 seconds. It's all about timing now. Find a slot you can poke your nose into and then be down here when the clock strikes 0. They're coming to the line. We're inside 10 seconds. We're inside 5. We are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's going to be mighty close, but is that Preston Reitz on the inside? Because if it is, I think he got across early.
It is. It's Reitz on the inside. Looks like Travis Olsch right outside of him in lane 2, but in lane number 3, overtaking the field, that looks like Jacob Malden. He's really got the thing moving.
Bottom end of the race course. Is that Olsch running there in second? It is. He is in second place coming up. We're not sure about Reach, but he is out front, got the lead. And who is that right outside?
That's Bartels just on the outside hip of Olsch, but right now it's Wrights out front. Wrights, they worked on this boat until 1 a.m. trying to get this thing back on the water, and look at him right now, he's out front.
Wow, running very hard, but Travis Olsch has company right outside the rear view mirror, and he can't use the rear view mirror to see his nearest competitor. He just has to look out the side window. We've got a great race for second place, or is it first?
It's going to be first, Brad. I just got a call from upstairs. The 85 has jumped the gun, so that makes your leader right now, Travis Olsch. And look at Bartels coming hard on the outside.
She had a heck of a run down the backstretch, and she closed on Olsen. She's closing on him again. She's going to pull right up alongside, and they're going to be dead even as they get down to the bottom end of the race course. And again, those two boats are racing for the lead.
And you talk about the hallway and the Unlimiteds, but Malden right now finding himself in the hallway. He's got boat speed in lane number 3, but he's got to find his way between both of those boats.
You may have a boat that jumped the gun on the inside lane, but you got them coming out of that corner 3 wide. There is a boat in between those two.
It's Bartels on the outside right now, taking a lead, starting to stretch it out a little bit over Olsch. She's on the way outside, but she's pulling ahead.
Now, is that Malden on the far outside? Because he's closing. There's a white canopy back there right behind Travis Olsch.
That's Malden.
I think it's
3.
Malden. He had a whale of a corner down at the bottom. This is great racing here to start the second half of our program on Sunday.
3 wide for the lead right now, coming out of turn number 2. What a race.
And who did we lose?
We're losing Wrights, it looks like.
Who had jumped the gun anyway, so now it is Marissa, then Malden, then Olsch. Marissa driving the daylights out of that little boat.
She has overlap right now. She's on the outside, but she can go to the pins if she wants, and that's going to leave Malden on the outside and Olsch on the inside. They're stuck behind in the rough water. Right now, she's got a great, big, wide-open race course ahead of her, and she can make this course her own.
Off the exit pin of the corner, down the backstretch, call it 1, 2, almost 2.5, pushing 3 rooster tail lead. She did not start this way, but that's not the game. The game is to end this way. Now, again, the race for second place. Malden's going to pull up alongside Olsch. At least I thought he was.
Yeah, he starts to make up some ground. The boat gets out of shape. He's got to lift off the pedal just for a second, get it settled back down. But look at Olsch throw that thing into the corner. The wall of water goes up. What a job hanging it on the pins.
Wow, some good racing here as Marissa Bartels comes down and will pick up a checkered flag for the win. But look at the race for second place, and it's going to be Malden. He's gonna get Olsch at the line. How about that?
What a race. So the A1 BWR boat, Windsor Associates, Marissa Bartels, what a race. That's fantastic. And, you know, I talked about it earlier, the Malden family, they didn't even have an engine a couple days ago. They had to ship this thing in, get it on the ferry boat, get it all the way out there, and look at that for a second place. What a race.
That's not bad.
No. Again, hopefully, I feel terrible for the Wrights family. I saw some Facebook messages last night and some pictures. They worked fixing a hole in that boat till 1 a.m.
Oh, boy.
And they finished it up this morning, so it's a heartbreaker to see him broken down out there. Hopefully they can get that thing fixed.
The life of a boat racer.
Yeah, not many early nights to bed, but that's what we know what we're getting into, and we love it. Wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.
Race it, break it, fix it. One of these days, mix in a win.
That's it.
And it makes it all worthwhile.
And on the schedule, they show that the 2.5 liter stocks are going to be up next. I'm not sure if they're going to swap that around with possibly a 5 liter heat or something, but I see the stocks on the boat on the dock right now getting ready, but they need to fuel up the stocks that just ran, so it's going to get pretty busy down there on the dock.
Well, we've been saying it all weekend. That pit area is jammed, and it's great. We learned at the drivers' meeting on Friday that There's over 40 hydroplanes down there, and every once in a while we get our drone shot from down there, and they pan around the pit area. It's full. There are trucks and boats and people, and it's a good sight. The more the merrier down there.
Absolutely. And
we like more boats.
The hardest working people down in that pit area, those crane operators, we can't thank those guys enough. I mean, on a normal day of working on a construction site, I can't imagine they're hauling this much equipment around. I mean, they never stop this entire day. It's crazy.
Yeah. So very, very good. We will try our best to get confirmation on what we have coming up next.
In this class coming up next, if it is the 2.5 liter stocks, what a race yesterday. I mean, we saw some of the best racing in the limited hydros
we did.
that we've seen all weekend long. Katie Brown pulling off the win. I believe that's her first win in the 2.5 liter stock class, and it was so much fun to watch. She drove around everyone, and she drove really smart. You know, the boat was loose, it was out of shape, but she did a great job of keeping it under control. And they actually decided, you know what, as the weather got worse yesterday, we're not going to run this next heat because it's just getting too rough. And it turned out to be a pretty wise decision because several boats ended up getting beat up yesterday with holes, damage. A few of them won't be racing today, but you know who will be is Katie Brown.
And you don't want to put a young driver in a bad situation.
No, she's got a lot of wit, and she drives like a seasoned veteran. But yeah, it's pretty a difficult decision to, let your young racers go out on a race course that's questionable. And obviously, we're not going to let any racers do that. But they made a good decision just to sit down for this one, and we'll watch and race another day. So, and today is the other day.
Today is the other day. So we will get ready. Now we're getting a little bit of a look at the pit area, at the dock, and all the activity that's going on down there, and there is a lot of it.
Yeah, you can see the boat. There's an orange boat and a red boat right in front of one another, and that orange boat is Katie Brown, the S98 Strong Racing, Chalet Bowl, Blockhead Machine, Fast Signs, Federal Way, Chris Kenner Racing Specialties, Bergeron Motorsports, RCM Design and Photo, JJW Racing. Wow, I'm exhausted. But she's got a lot of support, it says.
I would love to tell our fans out there that you did that right off the top of your head. But as good as Mr. Eccles is, no, he's got his cheat sheet here, and thank God he does, because I have no clue.
Yeah, and right behind Katie is the S6, the Pasco Machine Company, Blockhead Machine, KB Marine, Orca Scuba. Kyle Davenport did a great job yesterday, and he's had a few issues. I spoke with him earlier in the weekend about some things he was trying differently with that boat. They thought it might be a fuel problem. They thought it might be ignition, but they've got that thing running really, really fast right now, and he made a move that, like I think I reminded you, Brad, it was just like when we were watching the Jersey Speed Skiff race when we said,
yes,
there's no way that somebody can make that move in between two boats, and here comes Kyle Davenport right up the middle, and he made it work, so it was pretty darn cool.
I'm here, kids.
I'm not going anywhere. And then on the far right side of your screen, that's one of the local favorites out there. That's Cannon Cushing, and I love that whole team, the WFO team. It's kind of a white pinkish. If you look at the boat up close, it looks really cool. A lot of metal flake in there, and that's the S333 H&N Electric, Henning Automotive Holdings, Rugged Radios, Strong Racing, Voodoo Spices and Sauces, Fast Signs Federal Way, Pasco Machine Inc. And I've noticed that Fast Signs Federal Way is helping out a lot of these boats out here, so I really appreciate you guys stepping up and helping a lot of these racers. That's pretty cool. Cannon, young racer, can't say enough of the effort that him and his family put into the sport. It's really, really cool. So great to see him out here. And that thing is fast. We saw him out here running earlier in the test session, and the boat was sputtering a little bit, and by the end of it, it was super fast. So I think he's going to be one to watch for sure. The yellow boat on the far left side of your screen, no stranger to the unlimited pitch down there. That's Carson Kelly, the son of J. Michael Kelly. The S12, Porco's Powell, FME Plumbing, Bernard Motorsports, Titan Door, Gelatin Shot Trading Company. That boat is so fast, and we've seen Carson win a couple of heats now.
Yep.
And he puts it in a good position, and he does what he needs to do to get that boat out front and keep it out front. He's a smart driver, and you can bet that he's going to be in the front this time also.
He's a smart driver, and I would love to hear some of the conversations, not only after he wins and does a great heat. I would love to hear some of the conversations with Mike after maybe he makes some mistakes or gets himself out of shape or in a bad position, because I'm sure Mike tells him about it.
Absolutely.
You have to.
And that's part of becoming a great driver is, making mistakes and then learning from those mistakes. So Mike's a great role model, and he can kind of help Carson guide him through. And I've heard it firsthand quite a few times where Carson will come in and he'll be frustrated about something, and Mike will say, hey, here's something to think about. And that's how you get better. So he's doing a great job.
Here's a look at our schedule for the rest of today, or at least for the next couple hours here. Next up is our 2.5 liter stock heat number 5, or is that the one we ran? No. So that's next up on our list. Then coming up at 1:45 until 2 o'clock, we have Grand Prix Heat 3B. We'll put the Grand Prix fire-breathing Dragons on the water. They will be out 1:45 for that one. Then at 2 o'clock, we run the Vintage Final Heat. They will be out at 2. And then at 2:20, buckle up, here we go, 2:20 H1 Unlimited 4A, followed at 2:40 by H1 Unlimited 4B. We're running the Gold Cup format here in the Tri-Cities, which means 4 sets of preliminary heats. So we got a whole nother section to go, and as far as you and I are concerned, the Gold Cup format should be 5A and 5B. We should just go on for a couple days. We're ready to just keep going.
Exactly, yeah. Let's just keep going. We'll just keep announcing other heats and see if they put them in the water.
So that's what's coming up over the next hour or so, leading toward our heats 4A and 4B from H1 Unlimited. And after that, then we're going to tally up all the points, take a look at everything, and we're going to take our top 5 point getters for the H1 Unlimited class. Our top 5 boats will be on the front row of the final heat. It will be a 5-lap winner-take-all final, but we'll do one very, very important thing before we get there, and that will be we will not invert the lanes. The boat with the most points going into the final heat will get the first lane choice. And then they will continue on down the line to choose their lane. So that's been the point of all of these preliminary heats, is to keep gathering points to A, get into the final heat, but then B, get more points than somebody else so you can choose a better lane than they can.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, because I'm still learning this just like everyone else, but the only lane that can't be chosen is by the U1 right now, Andrew Tate. He cannot pick lane 2. Is that correct?
That is exactly correct, and there is a little bit of misconception about that, but we'll get more into that detail later on. But no, Andrew Tate could not choose lane 2 if he is the top point getter going into the final. That only applies to the top point getter. If he is number 2 in points going into the final and lane 2 is open, he can choose it. But he can't choose it as the top point getter, reason being that's what he did in Madison.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We're getting some 2.5 liter stocks on the water, and while we're getting to the 2.5 stocks, let me ask you another sided question. What would happen if Andrew Tate is tied with somebody going into the final? Do they have a way to figure that out? Something to think about as we watch the 2.5 liter stocks. Maybe the stat man can work on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, because we had those 2 boats tied in points after the second set of heats yesterday, and they're tied now. So we will make sure we understand. That's a very good point, whether they would default to elapsed time over all of the heats or maybe defer to qualifying.
It is so close right now. It's just incredible from top to bottom. Everyone is so close. It's fantastic.
But just to make the point clear, we had a lot of discussion about this on the H1 board discussions, and no, I did not sleep through the meetings. I'm not sure we went down that road, but we'll handle it, we'll figure it out, and we'll ask the chief referee and make sure we know should that situation occur.
We have 2.5 liter stocks on the water right now with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Cannon Cushing just came right across the start-finish line in front of us. This right here, this beautiful orange and gray boat, that's Katie Brown, the S98.
2 minutes and 15 seconds, 2:15 to the start.
Carson Kelly in that bright yellow boat wound up on the outside of Kyle Davenport, middle of turn number 2. Again, another fight for lanes class here. These guys are gonna really jockey for position. Oh, look at Olsch cutting through the infield here. Moves right out in front of Davenport. This is gonna be something to watch here.
Yeah, and now Davenport's got to move outside of him, and he's gonna come between boats.
And Carson Kelly's going for the leapfrog. He's gonna go by him. He's gonna move over to the pins, and he's gonna shut it down. Watch this.
And look at him right on the buoy rope. Those of us watching on the live stream, he was inches away from the entrance pin, put that boat right on the inside lane. Now he pulls his foot.
And now Carson's got to be careful, because what these other drivers can try to do is either leapfrog like Davenport is doing right now, or sometimes when there's not a buoy in between yourself and the referees, they try to go on the inside and make a lane -1 and move old Carson out. But Carson's a seasoned vet. He's not going to let that happen.
And I'm going to assume, I could be wrong on this, is Dad in his ears?
He has somebody good. Actually, I think Jeff Bernard could be in his ear right now. I think that's who's doing the radios for Carson, and that's actually Jeff Bernard's engine in the boat.
Very good.
So Davenport now, actually, look at Cannon Cushing. He was so early, I didn't even see him up there. But now Davenport comes up the inside. Not even sure if he was on the course, but he's on the inside. He gets lane 1. We'll see if he can protect and hold it.
Kelly is trying to come up in lane 2, but it may not be available when he gets up there. He's going to make a run at it here and try and squirt himself up into that lane, but I got a hunch it might get tight for Carson up there. Might be pretty interesting as we come up on 25 seconds, and Kelly did go to the outside. I think he found himself in lane 4. Yes, he did. That lane was not going to be open in 2. He went to 4. If he's going to do this, he's going to do it on the outside.
Coming up on 10 seconds.
We are inside early. 10. We are inside 5. We're 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Wow.
Too close to call from my point of view. I don't know about you, Brad, but we'll let the referees decide.
I'm going to say we got a couple that got across a little on the early side, and I think Katie on the outside was good. But we'll see. Look how tight they are going through the corner. Not a lot of lane space in there. That was going to get tight, but I think everybody's going to get through. Somebody got wet. Somebody got real wet down there, and that was Travis Olsch.
That's Olsch.
Olsch got wet.
I could see that hallway closing in on him. He was right in the middle. That was a terrible spot to be, but you've got Davenport right now in lane 1, but he's a little ways back. Cannon Cushing in lane 2. He's got a lead, but look just outside of him, that's Carson Kelly letting it hang out.
He's really letting it hang out. He is flying that little yellow boat up the backstretch. We go 3 times around. These guys have been putting on a great show this weekend, and it's been every time they come out.
Look at that. Here comes Davenport now. He's got lane position on Carson. Out front, it's Cannon Cushing in the 333 WFO, but second place, it's deck to deck with Kelly on the outside, Davenport on the inside. And here comes Brown now on the outside.
Katie Brown says, I want to come to this party as well, and she's outside finding a lot of clean water, but she's also finding a long way to go. She's going to wind it up and see what she can do. Travis Olsch comes across. Unfortunately, he got wet down in turn 1.
Yeah, Davenport finding himself in the rough water right now too, and Katie Brown actually has some clean water, so we'll see if she can utilize that and actually make up some ground on Davenport here. This is going to be a tight one. She pulls up almost right alongside here. Look at that.
There they are. There's Katie. She sticks it out. Sticks it out by about 2 boat lengths up the backstretch. Katie Brown staying way on the outside, and those of you watching at home, that's her way back there. She just got covered up by Carson Kelly, who flies the yellow boat up the backstretch, but Katie Brown now finds herself in 3rd place.
So, Brad, I just got word from upstairs. The 12 has jumped the gun. Carson Kelly jumped the gun. So that's going to move Katie Brown into 2nd place.
And between you, me, and the fence post, I'm surprised he's the only one, but I got the old guy's eyes. I might have put the wrong set of glasses on, but that's what the officials saw. They're smarter than I am. So Katie Brown now finds herself running in 2nd place.
What a race. And Cannon Cushing way out front now with 1 lap to go. White flag is up. He has about 3/4 of a lap, and he's going to get a heat win here if he can just keep it together. That boat is really moving. You've got Katie Brown on the outside in second place, Davenport on the inside. Just entering turn number 1 is Travis Olsch right now. He got wet, got a little wet in turn 1, had to fall back unfortunately, but he's hanging on to 4th place.
And Katie Brown is running physically in 3rd place up the backstretch. But remember, the boat in front of her, Carson Kelly, the yellow one, he was tagged for jumping the start. So Katie Brown running in 2nd place. So that even increases the lead of our leader. It's been a dominant performance, but coming down and picking up a checkered flag.
Cannon Cushing, your heat winner.
Very good for Cannon. Here comes Carson. Unfortunately, he was a little aggressive at the start, but Katie Brown will come home in 2nd. Good job for Katie.
Yeah, nice run. Kyle Davenport, you know, he tried everything he could do to get that inside lane away. It wasn't going to happen, but a very respectable race. Good job. And Travis Olsch, like I said, he got a little wet, bad situation. He made the best of it. Still coming in with a respectable finish.
2.5 stocks. They've been putting on a good show this weekend.
Oh, they did great. Yeah, I just love watching those guys. And like I said before, you have 2 different engine packages. You have it's like a Ford Ranger style 2.3 liter Ford you can run with some modifications to it. And you also have a Honda package. So you can kind of hear the difference in them. But there's 2 different packages, and the Honda is relatively new to the class, but they're making it work. Cannon Cushing, you can see there on the drone, he's got a lot of really happy crew members standing out at the dock. They're from right here in the Tri-Cities, and they work really, really hard. I mean, after school, he goes to work on that boat, and I believe he painted that thing himself. He does all the stuff. He and his buddy Julian, they do it all themselves, so that's pretty neat.
That's a good-looking race boat.
It is. It really is.
That's a beautiful-looking race boat. Wow.
Yeah, they put a really nice package together, and they should be really proud of themselves. Cannon's got to be on top of the world right now. You got to remember to unhook all the radio and the air and everything else and get those belts off. And he's tired, so he's got to get helped out there by his dad. That's pretty cool.
And I got a hunch it's a little warm.
Not as bad as yesterday, but yeah, it is definitely
it's a little bit toasty down there.
Warm in the cockpit for sure. That's pretty neat.
He must have a good big crew, because many times in a lot of these classes you see the driver, they don't get off the boat. They help get it hooked up on the sling and help put it in the water and get it out running.
Absolutely.
So Dustin was just having a conversation with the chief referee here for our inboard racing. Did you learn anything of import that we need to know? I heard something about perhaps we got a buoy or runaway buoy.
Well, yeah, they have a dislodged buoy in turn number 2, so they need to find out who the culprit is on that one that made that happen. So hopefully that doesn't change the outcome. And also, we talked about Travis Olsch getting wet down there in turn number 1. Apparently there was contact, so they're going to review the drone footage from that and find out who's responsible for that and if there was any infractions, and we will let you know as soon as we hear anything.
So in other words, what you're telling me is the 2.5 liter stocks can be very similar to the H1 Unlimiteds.
Well, and we spoke about how all these younger drivers, they want to be in the Unlimited, so they're just getting practice right now, and they just want to keep the referees, up to speed. So yeah, they're driving just as aggressive as all the Unlimited drivers out here, and just trying to get everything they can out of their equipment. And it's the same thing, just smaller boats. But the referees are on top of it, and we keep speaking about all the different drones and camera angles and stuff, and the limited hydros utilize the same technology to where they can go back and they can look down on everything and see who was in the right, who was in the wrong. And to your point earlier, you learn from it. You go back in there and you watch it and you say, I should have done this different, or I should have done that. That's how you learn.
You learn every time you go out. So we've got a buoy to replace or check on, and the officials are going to be reviewing some video. This will give us an opportunity here to let's talk about our Heat 4A and 4B that'll be coming up here in not too long from now. But let's talk about that a little bit and who's going to be running and the lane assignments. So let's start with our Heat 4A. On the inside, it's going to be the U-21, the Spirit of 76, and Gunnar O'Farrell. That's the Beacon Plumbing presents the Ronald McDonald House. Gunnar O'Farrell, Spirit of 76. U-21, he'll be in lane 1. Lane 2 is the U6, the Royer, Miss Madison, driven by Brandon Kennedy. He'll be in 2. Then it's Dylan Runne in the Bucket List Racing, the U40. They've had a tough weekend after their first heat win yesterday. They've had some tough goes with the Canard. They're looking to bounce back in this one. Lane 4 is going to go to the Tahoe Miss. That's the U3 and Corey Peabody. And outside, where he's been all weekend, the BWR Racing and Andrew Tate. So lane 1 is going to be Gunnar O'Farrell. Lane 2, Brandon Kennedy. Lane 3, Dylan Runne. Corey Peabody's in 4. Andrew Tate on the outside. This is the last opportunity for teams to gather points and find their way onto that front row of the final, because you got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, and it's crazy. You know, I've been sitting down here doing the math and just kind of adding some numbers, and it can go, anything can happen here in these next couple heats. But there's a couple of really, really fast boats that are on the bubble of either being on the front row or not even being in trailer position, but not even being in the final. So, I mean, these next 2 heats are just so important.
They are absolutely huge. And then we go to Heat 4B. Lane 1 is going to belong to the Graham Trucking, Jeff Bernard. We know Jeff likes it in there. He's got a boat that's improving every time out. Bernard will be in lane number 1. Lane 2 is going to be the U11, the FLAV-R-PAC, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. It is driven by Jamie Nilsen. He needs some points. He also needs to have a really good start, because off to his right in lane 3 is the U00. That's the Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing. It's driven by J. Michael Kelly. He will be in lane 3. This is our 4-boat heat, and on the outside in lane 4, man, the guy with the rocket ship, Jimmy Shane in the Miss Apollo, the U27. So it'll be the Graham Trucking in 1, FLAV-R-PAC in 2, Maverick in 3, Apollo in lane 4. That's the rundown. And we will come up with cumulative points as we get a little bit closer, and we can show you who's on the bubble, who's not. But it's a different conversation, Dustin, than we used to have, because in this format, I mean, you could conceivably have a couple of boats here that you might be able to total up the points and say, you know what, they can make the final without even running. And then they would be okay, because they go fight for lanes, and you can put yourself in the lane you want. If you're fortunate enough to win the fight for lanes, and you can go out and be a winner. But now our lanes are going to be chosen based on the points, so you got to keep the pressure on. You got to keep the pressure on the rest of the field. So BWR Racing, Andrew Tate and Jimmy Shane, they want to continue to roll, and they want to have the most points going into the final so they can have first lane choice.
Absolutely, and we've seen it all weekend, just how important those lanes are, because when you're stuck out on the outside in lane 5, it is so hard to get by everybody on the inside when they're almost the same exact speed as you are. And then you add a few more laps to this thing, and it's going to get so rough. You do not want to be running 4 laps wide open in lane 5 while you're going 5 wide around this thing for 1 more lap to go. So, wow, I can't imagine trying to make a start and get by everybody on the outside. You've got to be on the inside.
You do indeed. So on our schedule right now, coming up at 1:45, you see in the lower left corner, we are at 1:33 right now, Pacific Daylight Time, coming up at 1:45. So in about 10 or 12 minutes, we are going to have Heat 3B of our Grand Prix America. They will be on the water, so it'll get loud and proud. We saw them in the water. As we await that, we're going to take a very quick break. We're going to step away for about 2 or 3 minutes. Dustin Eccles and I will be right back. It'll be Heat 3B of our Grand Prix America hydroplanes. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the start-finish line and the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup in Tri-Cities, Washington. We're starting to wind down a little bit here. Dustin Eccles, who is with me on the start-finish line tower, as he has been all weekend, doing yeoman's work here. I can't tell you all of the tasks he has undertaken this weekend, but the guy's doing a whale of a job, and I don't know quite honestly where we'd be without him. But we were just having a conversation that with the Grand Prix boats coming out, maybe we don't have to talk too much because they can get pretty loud. We're supposed to have 4 boats coming out in this heat. We had all 4 boats laying dockside. I see 1, 2, 3. Gee, I can still count to 4. They're all there, Dustin.
Yeah, we've got a couple on the back straightaway, both the Cool Cat boats out there. That's John Shaw and our buddy Brent Hall on the back straightaway right now. The Cool Cats Racing to Reed boats. That's Josh Harnack in the bright yellow boat over there. That's they had a little contact yesterday, but they got it all fixed up and they're ready to go. Then the GP5 Chris Grant, that boat is Richland's 3 Margaritas presents Jack Nut Apparel sponsorship out there. They had a heat win, and that boat is looking fantastic. It's easy to pick them apart. It's going to be a fast heat here.
It is going to be a fast heat, and we're happy to get the sponsorship out there of Richland's 3 Margaritas presenting the Jack Nut Apparel to the 3 Margaritas team there in Richland. Thank you for your support.
And we can't forget on the GP88 that Lulu's Craft Bar and Kitchen presents and the Schaefer's Oil Racing Napa with Josh Harnack driving. That thing is so fast. They had a few issues yesterday, but Josh, I spoke to him a little bit. He says this thing's going to be out front. I can promise you that, Dustin.
Well, he's going to get an opportunity to show us that right now. Harnack's going to come from lane number 3. Brent Hall in GP 235 is going to be on the inside. Chris Grant in that Richland 3 Margaritas presents Jack Nut Apparel. He's going to be in 2. Josh Harnack with the Lulu's Craft Bar and, well, it's Craft Bar and Restaurant, I think. I know it's Lulu's and I know it's a craft bar because my wife makes me take her down there about once a month. She loves that place and it's a good one. Harnack, that's boat number 88. It's yellow, and on the outside, the second Cool Cat Motorsports entry in this heat, GP 135 and John Shaw. So it's Hall, Grant, Harnack, Shaw, inside out, coming up on 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the start. What we've seen here, or what I've watched and what we've talked about, even with Brent Hall, he knows he's got to be on time. And unfortunately, he hasn't quite been on time. And he's in a good lane right now on the inside. He can't be tardy.
No, if you're late in lane 1, I mean, that's a recipe for disaster here. So he's been working away at it. He's been getting his timing marks as it this weekend lays out, and I think he's going to be on time here. This is going to be a good one, and this is going to be so important for these guys, again, to get the points, because these are not fight for lanes. This is an assigned lane class, and it goes off of points. And in the final, you want to have the best lane. And Brad, this is going to be an 8-boat final. So
yeah,
you talk about importance. It's right here in front of us.
And that would be Lulu's Craft Bar and Kitchen presents the GP88. My apologies to Lulu's and to my wife. So
you just need to go there a couple more times.
We do, and my wife just goes, take me to Lulu's. We were there a few nights ago. Great spot. All right, everybody cutting the race course now. Trying to get this thing set up. They're inside a minute, so they can... are we missing a boat?
I think we're missing a boat. I think it's Harnack. Oh, he's way... No, it's...
No, Harnack's the last one. That's GP5. That's Chris Grant up there, I think.
Okay, he's way early. We'll see what he's got up his sleeve here.
Yeah, that's the Richland 3 Margaritas presents Jack Nut Apparel, and he is up there early, and there's 27 seconds until the start.
He's still on it pretty good, so he must know something that we don't.
Well, I'm worried about the rest of the field here. They're going to be able to get around. They've got only 15 seconds, and they haven't hit turn 2 yet. They are doing so now, coming up on 10 seconds until the start. Chris Grant is cruising down to the line. He's supposed to be in lane 2. He is. We are 3, 2, 1. Mark. John Shaw on the outside, going to break the clock. Got Harnack with him off to his left. Hall trails on the inside, and then you see what happens to the Jack Nut Apparel, unfortunately, when you're tardy.
Right now, it's Harnack in lane 2, deck to deck with John Shaw out there in lane 3, but Brent Hall's fallen slightly back on the inside, but look at John Shaw now with the acceleration on the outside.
Yeah, now it's going to be whatever Harnack's got in that Lulu's Craft Bar and Kitchen as he got some top. Look at Brent Hall. He is rolling on the inside. This will be an interesting top end. He's running in third. This is a good boat race up here at the top end. Inside lane's going to pay some dividends here, but it's John Shaw on the outside. He will come down and lead lap number 1. Harnack doesn't want to let him go, Dustin.
No, Harnack's charging hard, less than a rooster tail back, just on his inside. He's trying to close the distance so Shaw can't move over, but Shaw might have overlap here soon. And Brent Hall, he's in a tough spot here because both of those boats are going to take up his lane. Wow, what a boat race. Harnack still on the inside. He's holding the buoy line. He closes ground now, and Shaw's less than a rooster tail ahead as they accelerate out of turn number 1.
Yeah, Harnack, unfortunately, right at the exit pin, took a big hop. And I think it possibly moved him outside. So that hop, yeah, he did move to the outside. Possibly that hop was caused by John Shaw moving in because he did have overlap, as Dustin pointed out. Coming out to put the completion of 2 in the books. Man, oh man, is this boat running hard.
They are fast. White flag's up right now. 1 lap to go for John Shaw in that Cool Cats boat. The 235, the 135, that's Josh Harnack of the GP88 right now in second. He's got control over second place, but Brent Hall still charging hard in third.
And we are going to lose Chris Grant up at the top end of the race course. And the Richland 3 Margaritas presents Jack Nut Apparel. They are dead right at the apex of turn 2. This is lap number 3. The checkered flag will fly.
You can hear Brent Hall's foot bouncing on off and on the throttle back there. That rough water is really getting to him. He's got to make it start, but running back there in that rough stuff, it's going to make him just want to make it start all that much better.
Well, here comes your leader and your apparent winner, and it was a dominant performance. GP 135 and John Shaw. Wow.
Beautiful run by Shaw and the Cool Cats. That's just such a fast boat. And we've lost Harnack.
We lost Josh. Where's he?
He is at the entrance of 2 down there.
Oh, there he is.
Wow, so that's going to give Brent Hall a second place. And the Cool Cats came all the way from Maryland to make this happen. And Ed and Andrea, they just put a great team together, and it shows right here.
They did indeed. Ed and Andrea Thompson out of Maryland. Well, on paper, it really looks good. Cool Cat Motorsports 1-2.
Well, unfortunately for Harnack, he had a great run going, and he wasn't charging for the lead, but the boat was really fast and one of the better runs they've had this weekend. So hopefully it's something very minor and they can get it fixed, because I don't know about you, but I really want to see all 8 of these boats side by side coming down for a start in the final.
Absolutely, and we talk about sponsors and making sure we read them. Those of us watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream, Lulu's Craft Bar and Kitchen, getting some very nice pub right there, as we've got a drone right over on the top of Josh Harnack. Great looking hydroplane. It's really pretty, but unfortunately it's not moving, and he would rather it be moving at a high rate of speed than be on the camera dead in the water.
Yeah, pushing a stiff rope is the wrong way to exit the race course here, but he did look a little dejected getting out of the boat. But I'm always curious to see if he starts looking under the cowling at the engine, or if he walks to the very back of the boat to look at the propeller. So, and you see him right there. No, we're going to see where he's going.
He's looking out the back there a little bit.
Yeah. Hopefully it's something minor here.
Yeah. From here, you can see the hardware on the boat. Is the rudder there?
Well, I'm trying to look at the propeller, because well, he's got something hanging off of the rudder there, but I don't know. We're speculating at this point, as Brad and I are both hunched over the monitor trying to do our best diagnostic work.
Yeah.
Look at the drone view, though. I mean, this just shows you how good these cameras are. We can actually go in and look at all this stuff.
Very good. See if that patrol boat driver tosses him a bottle of water. And we are going to step away for just a moment. I believe we're going to leave the view up and running. You can watch Josh Harnack as he sits aboard the GP88 Lulu's Craft Bar and Kitchen.
Welcome back, race fans, here on the shores of the Columbia River. What a beautiful sight out there right now. We've got two of our vintage boats just left the dock, and they are heading up the Pasco side here. It's just beautiful. Love to see the Pay and Pack and the Squire running out there. You can definitely hear when they left the dock and putting on a great show for the crowd over there. Unfortunately, the Miss Budweiser that we saw running earlier, the 1980 Miss Budweiser, had a little bit of damage sustained, and the crew's going to take it back to Seattle and do some repairs on it. They ran it really, really nice, and we saw a few good straightaways out of it. I loved it, but unfortunately, it did sustain a little bit of damage, so they're going to save that one for another day. But right now, we have two beautiful race boats on the course, and listen to them come.
So the last time our vintage boats were on the water, we had a great conversation about the Squire shop, and our crew in the truck was able to pull up some really cool video of the 1981 Columbia Cup just to kind of close on that story, and then maybe we'll talk about the Pay and Pack a little bit. But just to close on that story, that was 1981. That was here on the Columbia River. The next week the boats went over to Seattle. A boat ran in Seattle, and then the boats began looking at San Diego and getting ready for Acapulco in 1981, and in a test session on Lake Washington, Hanauer blew over this particular boat. The Squire shop blew it over, and that was the end of this boat for quite some time. But it did come back again, and it has raced under a multitude of names after that. There was a Squire shop that won here in 1982, the year after the great race that we talked about this morning, but it was a different Squire shop because of the flip the previous summer, the previous fall in Seattle on Lake Washington. That actually was the sister ship Circus. It looked just like the Squire, but it was the Circus Hall, and Tom Deeth drove that. But right now it's just fun to listen to a little roar. Squire shop, Pay and Pack. Oh! You could, oh my goodness. I don't know if they hit. The Squire shop appeared to either have a problem, Dustin, or he was turning on the Grand Prix course, and he turned right in front of the Pay and Pack.
Yeah, Danny High, I believe, is in the Pay and Pack, and I don't want to speculate on what exactly happened, but hopefully everybody's okay there, and looks like Danny got it shut down pretty quick.
Oh my goodness. Have we got that confirmed on both?
Definitely a very close call here. We're just going to wait and make sure that both drivers are okay, and
yeah, we'll
let everybody know
when we have the specifics that we can confirm.
Even in the vintage category, everything happens really fast on the race course.
There is some damage. There definitely was some, well, you would assume that was contact unless there was an evasive move that was made, but there is the Pay and Pack. That boat was on the inside of the race course to the left of the Squire shop. As they came down the front straightaway, you see the damage on the right front pickle fork. And there is the Squire. Yeah. On the rear left side, on the port side at the rear of the boat. Yeah, there's some damage back there.
And if that is what happened, Brad, where the outside boat was turning on the Grand Prix course, I can attest, you know, out here, there are so many buoys, there are so many boats, and people say, well, you know, it's the race course, it's so easy to see. That is so untrue. There's a lot of buoys going on, and it's very easy to get mixed up on which course you're on. So, I mean, it could happen. I'm not going to speculate, but it's very easy to happen.
It would appear that both of our drivers are okay. John Watkins there in the cockpit of the Squire shop. There is the Pan-Pac. Not what you would refer to as an immense amount of damage, but boy, that could have been really, really bad.
I tell you what, though, the crews that work on these boats, they want to get them back to the dock as fast as possible, because if they do have a hole, anything at the water line, and those big V12s get wet, I mean, you just can't imagine the work that it takes to get those dried back out in running condition. And the parts are so hard to come by, it's so hard to find. They want to keep those dry.
Absolutely.
So glad to see both drivers out and walking along the deck and helping the towboats get hooked up, and definitely not something that we want to see out here, and as they're just doing their great job putting on a show for us.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got the Squire shop under tow. They will do the same with the U1, the Pan-Pac. Wow. That could have been so much worse.
And in these boats, and I'm not sure if you know the contrary, but no radio communications. Back in the open cockpit days, you know, you're sitting up in the seat and you're looking around, and you know, part of the safety aspect in an open cockpit is being able to see what's all around you. So no radio. They can't say, you know, there's a boat on your inside, stay going straight, or whatever, or here's your turn. So a completely different way of driving these boats.
Wow. Tough to see, or at least what I saw when it happened. It was clear going down there from our vantage point. I believe I kind of started with, I saw the Squire beginning to move left, and clearly he was short of the entrance pin, and I wondered if perhaps that was happening. And again, we don't want to speculate, but whatever, or who knows, these boats can lose steering and pull left.
And this is part of the reason why when you hear Brad and I talk about the swimmers, you know, not being in the water when the boats are on the water, because you just never know what can happen. And these are antique museum pieces, along with some of the fastest race boats in the world out here in front of you. So anything can happen. You know, the steering can fail. You know, one thing or another can happen. So we just want to make sure everyone's safe. And in this current situation, it looks like both drivers are safe, and they just got to go back and fix a couple of old wood boats. So it's unfortunate to see happen, but at least everyone's safe.
Yeah, the good news there is about the safety of the drivers and the condition of the drivers is they're both coming back to the dock with their boat. We did not have rescue personnel on site and bringing them in separate. So they're coming in with their boats, which is always a good sign. And there's damage. And if I can quote the late, great Lee Shaneth at the 1971 Gold Cup in Madison, Indiana, when Bill Muncie came back to the dock complaining that he broke the boat, Lee turned to him and said, "We can always fix the boat. Don't worry about it. We can fix the boat."
41? No. 44? Okay.
Yeah, and these drivers, as you were talking about, the lack of communication, these guys aren't strapped in, nothing. They're just sitting in a seat and hanging onto a steering wheel.
Sitting on a cushion. And back then, the mindset was, if there is an accident, I want to be thrown clear of the wreckage.
That was it.
A total different way of looking at it than we do now. Right now, the drivers are part of the boat. You know, they are basically built into the boat. The safest place is, you know, in the heart of it. And back then, you wanted to be thrown as far away from the crash as humanly possible.
Yeah, and that goes all the way back to 1951 and the first race we ever had in Seattle, Washington. Our first Gold Cup race. There was a boat out of Portland, Oregon called the Quicksilver. It was driven by Orth Mathiat and Thompson Whitaker. And in the third heat of racing that day, they were going down the front straightaway. The boat porpoised a couple of times and dove to the bottom of Lake Washington. Unfortunately, both drivers perished, being held in with seatbelts. And that's where the original discussion came from. We don't want to be in this thing. Then in 1981 and 1982, we had the incredible accidents. One of them was here in the Tri-Cities, but we had the Acapulco accident with Bill Munsey that claimed his life in 1981, and in 1982 right here on the Columbia River on a Saturday morning about 9:30, right after the course opened. We lost Dean Chenoweth on the front straightaway. And the Atlas Van Lines racing team in 1982, it was a brand new boat, and Chip Hanauer was driving it, and they drove it the way it was originally configured in 1982. But in 1983, things began to change. They took Chip Hanauer and lowered him literally 18 to 20 inches in the cockpit, and where the cockpit around Chip was just light fiberglass on the original boat, they lowered Chip down so you could barely see the top of his head in there, and they made the cockpit around him the strongest part of the boat. And the idea was ride it out, let the boat absorb the energy around him. And that's when the whole thinking began to change. And then, of course, that was 83 when the whole configuration of the Atlas Van Lines changed. It looked like a new boat the second year from 82 to 83. And then by the end of the 80s, we had enclosed canopies coming up. The bubble Budweiser showed up in 1985, and then by 1989, it was ruled that all H1 Unlimited hydroplanes must have enclosed canopies, leading to where we are today. And it's just part of the evolution. That's why these are vintage boats. They're different. They were dangerous. It was a different sport back then. It's a much different sport today. It's a much safer sport today. But that was kind of the mindset. You wanted to be in the boat, and you wanted to be strapped in so you didn't get thrown out. Well, then you had the accident in Seattle, and then you had a couple guys that didn't get thrown out and didn't have seat belts, and make the cockpit stronger, and then the canopy, and
yeah,
things went on.
And everything you're speaking of is brought up in a great book. John Walters, he wrote a book, and it's available. It's called Racing Through Time, and he actually covers a lot of what Brad's talking about right now. And he talks about the evolution of the safety cockpit and why they needed to take those steps. And back then, he talks about it going back and forth of what's the right way to go forward in the sport. What's the safest way? Because you just didn't know back then. And it kind of covers the way that the crew chiefs were talking about it. And he was saying, it was hard to get that passed to where you could actually have seatbelts again because of what you were saying.
And those that are listening to Dustin and I on the H1 Unlimited live stream, you see the QR code on the screen there, and you can scan that code if you'd like to get a copy of that book. It is a very, very good read. And going back to 81 in Acapulco and 82 here, John Walters was in both of those races. He was driving that particular PAC that you're seeing right there. Those of you that are looking at the live stream, that particular turbine PAC, he was driving that boat at both of those events in 81 and 82. And it's unfortunately what just happened out here. We dodged a massive bullet, and that's the best news of all. Everything else fails in comparison. We dodged a massive bullet, but it led into a discussion. And it's just kind of a reminder, Dustin, that even with the enclosed canopies, it still is a dangerous sport. You got guys out here running close to 200 miles an hour, and things happen, and they happen quick.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a false sense of security for a lot of the drivers, myself included. You think once you're strapped into one of the cockpits, I'm invincible, and that's far from the truth. So you still need to have an awful lot of respect for the boat itself and the competitors around you, and it's a dangerous sport, but I know all the teams are doing everything they can to make it as safe as humanly possible so they can go out here and run them as hard as possible and put on a great show.
When we were down in Daytona at Dave Vilwach's induction into the Motorsports Hall of Fame, and I don't want to get into the weeds on this, but we had a panel discussion, and I was fortunate enough to lead up that panel discussion, and it involved Dave Villwalk, Tom Deeth, and Joe Little. And we were talking about the effect of Bernie Little and, you know, where the sport is and was and where it might have been with or without Bernie and all that good stuff. And we got in, of course, to the enclosed canopies because of the Bubble Bud in 1985 that he spent so much time and money on and developing. And I asked the guys, I asked the drivers, I said, so you guys all drove in open cockpits. So did you, Dustin Eccles. You drove in an open cockpit. When you got under glass and in the canopy, did you approach the race different?
So most of my open boats were outboards. So, I mean, I can't really speak to it, but absolutely. I mean, for me, in an open boat, you know that if you come into contact or you crash, it's going to hurt, and you're probably going to be injured. And there's a definite sense of security when you strap into these things because you know how the cockpits are built, and you think there's no way that I can get hurt in this thing. You strap on your air mask, and you've got your harness and your neck restraint and everything else, and it's just you just think I'm invincible at this point, and it's not the case. I mean, it's definitely a false sense of security. I'm sure, you know, those drivers that you mentioned, you know, Dave Villwalk and Tom Deeth and all those guys, I mean, they've been through so much, and they've experienced all the way from, like you were talking about, the open boats where, you know, the drivers had a parachute on their back, and there's
Yep.
a whole different mindset of going forth. And I'm sure, you know, when Deeth and Villwalk got in the canopies for the first time, and I can't speak for them, you would know better than I would, but, you know, it was probably a whole different way of driving, like you say, just a whole different mindset.
I think we need to move on, and I need to begin the moving on portion by offering you personally an apology for me because I think I tried to make you older than you really were. You weren't driving these boats in an open cockpit. I'm sorry, Mr. Eccles. When I was saying the question, you're kind of looking at me going, I never did that. But you did your best to answer. I like it. You took it for the team. So nicely done. Every once in a while, you just kind of open your mouth and put your foot in it. It's all good. It's all good. So I tell you what we're going to do right now. We are going to step away, and we're going to understand what our schedule is going to be moving forward. This is not a big delay by any stretch of the imagination. This was a couple of boats that came together and got some damage. It's not like we got a course to rebuild or heats to rerun or anything like that. But let's go find out what the schedule is. Dustin Eccles, Brad Luce, Danny Rogers. We will be all back very shortly. Stick with us because we're going to try and stay on schedule, I am sure. Don't go away. The 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup in Tri-Cities, Washington. I'm Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles on the start-finish line tower, and we are getting ready for Heat 4A and 4B for our H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes and Dustin Eccles. We have a story here that we need to address and discuss as we are coming up on 5 minutes. The heat order that we had laid out earlier for this particular heat has changed. It's not going to be as we laid it out. We are going to put the new lineup for Heats 3A on the screen. You will see it shortly here. You're seeing the boats in the water. Now for Heat 4A, the lane assignments are going to be lane number 1 is going to be Gunnar O'Farrell in the Spirit of 76. BWR Racing and Andrew Tate's going to be in lane 2. Dylan Runne's going to be in 3 in the 40. Shane is going to be in the 4th lane in the 27 Apollo. U6 Brandon Kennedy going to be on the outside. That obviously is a shakeup as to what we had before. The reason for the shakeup is there were some errors made on both the data acquisition side and the tech truck communication sequence that occurred between the pit area and the start-finish line tower. This is an issue that will be addressed by the H1 people, but the decision was made, even though it was after the fact, we still want to do the right thing and follow the rule book. And following the rule book, once the information was understood, following the rule book correctly led us to having to change our lineup in 4A and 4B. So we just learned about this recently, very recently, within the last few minutes. This is what's happening. This is why the boats are coming out on the water as they are now. And we are going to get the boats out, we'll get them up, we will get them running. It should be a good heat. There's going to be 5 of them. The lineup is just slightly different from what you saw before. And what has occurred to cause all of this, the issue, the error, involves data acquisition and the reading on the U1 BWR Racing. Their data came back inconclusive, no data recorded. Therefore, they lost their first place finish and the points. That shuffled the deck on who is going to be in the heats. That's why you see the boats on the water that you see right now. And across the line right now is the U21, Gunnar O'Farrell. He's going to run in this heat. It is also going to include the U40, Dylan Runne. Here comes the aforementioned Andrew Tate in the U1, the BWR Racing. And Andrew is going to need a good run here in this heat because of losing those 400 points. Across the line also is the Royer Miss Madison. Here comes Jimmy Shane in the U27 Apollo. I'm scrambling here trying to figure the heats or the lanes.
And Brad, we can cover all the data stuff after this heat too. We'll have more time to go over it, but I mean, this heat is going to be an absolute barn burner right now. I have down the 21 in lane 1, the 1 in lane 2, the 40 in 3, the 27 in lane 4, and the 6 on the outside in lane 5. So I mean, this with only just under 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, this is going to be a barn burner. It
is going to be a barn burner, and the guy I look for to really go out and run really strong, and he's in a good position, is Andrew Tate. He's in a really good position in this heat. Unfortunately, it's because of what happened in the previous one. So he's now sitting in lane number 2. Just to his right is going to be the U40 Bucket List Racing, and oh boy, Dylan Runne, he's got to look out to the left. Inside of him in lane 2, it's going to be Andrew Tate. Looks to the right, going to have Jimmy Shane, and then it is Brandon Kennedy on the outside in the Madison. We're coming up on 150 to the start.
Yeah, when Andrew Tate came down for his timing run, you could tell that he is laser focused here. That boat is as light as we've seen it all weekend long. He's not going for just points in this thing. He's going for 400 points, and he's going to have to try doing it from lane 2 right now.
Boy, we got four boats coming across start-finish line right now. And they are starting to slot in their lanes. Gunnar O'Farrell is sitting in lane number 1. Andrew Tate is sitting in 2 as he should be. Dylan Runne's down at the bottom end of the race course. He is the lead boat down there. Those of you watching on the live stream see that boat at the bottom of the screen. That's Dylan. He is in his lane number 3. And Jimmy Shane is in the 4 lane where he should be. Brandon Kennedy is on the outside. Everybody is where they should be. Coming up on 50 seconds in 3, 2, 1. Mark, 50 seconds until our start. The boats are in a good position. They are in their lanes. Dustin, forget everything else for right now. Buckle up. 5 of the fastest race boats in the world are halfway up the backstretch for our Heat 4A.
Yeah, we're just over 30 seconds away from an incredible start here, and one that means the world to most of these drivers right now, because the front row of the final is on the line. I think a second place or better would put the 27 with lane choice, but everything else is up in the air.
Everything else is indeed up in the air. But here they come off the top end of the race course. 15 seconds. We're counting down to 14, 12. I like a 12-second run off that pin. Gunnar's going to come down with the field if he's not too early. Inside 10, inside 5. We are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark Gunnar was clear that he was across. Dylan Runne this time between the BWR boats. He's got to the line with him. Jimmy broke the clock legal, although Gunnar O'Farrell has jumped the gun as we anticipated, but they're all going to have to drive around him. So it's tough for us to see what's going on. There is Shane on the outside, but it's going to be Tate from lane number 2. Runne is in between boats. So your leader is the boat on the inside. He jumped the gun. It's the 3 boats behind him, and on the outside, it is Jimmy Shane running hard down the backstretch, but he's got company on the right-hand side, Dustin.
Yeah, Dylan Runne's in a bad spot right now. He needs to get clear. Andrew Tate just inside of Jimmy Shane, and there's a hallway there. Dylan Runne trying to make room in there. Good job of staying dry. Shane on the outside, but look at Tate. Tate takes over the lead.
Tate does take over the lead. He comes down the front straightaway. Oh, the 2 BWR boats are tied together. It is Shane on the outside, Tater on the inside. Dylan has dropped back right now, and both of the BWR boats, Tate and Shane, have cleared Gunnar O'Farrell. So they're out front. They can decide this between the 2 of them.
Tate leaves lane 1 open for the inside boat, but they're deck to deck with Shane on the outside. They are dead even at the exit, but now Tate squirts ahead a little bit, but here comes Shane.
Now check the acceleration. We've been watching it on Andrew Tate, but you want to talk about acceleration. Jimmy Shane in the U-27 Apollo. He says, I got plenty as well. That boat is a rocket ship, but now look at the top end on Tate. He is able to close up a little bit on Jimmy Shane. They have cleared the field. They are up here together all by themselves. Wow, what a corner up there. Oh, they were close, Dustin.
He took control of the racetrack. Now he's in total control out front. Got a boat length lead over Shane on the outside. He can set this corner up just right. He's going to go in just a little deep, drive Jimmy wide, and set up tight.
This is the final lap. The 2 BWR boats are out front, and they are running strong. Down to the corner. Who gets down there first? Well, it is Andrew Tate.
Wow, big hop from Tate. He launched. He went out about a lane. Jimmy Shane's just outside of him hip, and he's right on his hip right now at the exit.
Yeah, that hop cost Andrew Tate a bunch of momentum, and we talked earlier, that doesn't come back in a hurry, but Tate's getting it back up and rolling. Remember, this is the run for the checkered flag. Andrew Tate on the inside, Jimmy Shane on the outside. He's got to get up there with him. Shane's going to try and hold Tate in tight to the corner, but they're dead even when they get there. They're going to be really close together. Oh my goodness, that's a good looking corner. Now the run to the checkered flag. Tate inside, Shane outside, and your winner is Andrew Tate. Got across first. Holy Toledo, that was good.
It all came down to that final turn.
It
what a great
did.
job by Andrew Tate.
Wow. Dylan Runne will come by in 3rd place. Our 4th boat across the line is going to be the Spirit of 76 with Gunnar O'Farrell. He jumped the start. He'll get a 1-minute penalty. Then it's going to be Brandon Kennedy in the Royer Miss Madison. And you know what? They just keep stuffing points in the bank. Finish, 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 and stay legal.
Wow, what a heat. I mean, that went back and forth so many times, and what Andrew Tate did there that I mean, it was absolutely incredible, but he had just enough boat length lead over Jimmy Shane on the outside to where he dictated the corner. He set up just a little bit wide, kept Shane wide, and then at the apex he dove in and he made Jimmy Shane steer off of his boat, and that's what got him the win. Wow.
Holy cow. Well, and I've said it about 4 times this weekend, and I'm going to say it again. If that didn't make your blood pump, and if you didn't like that, I got news for you, and it's okay. But you don't like hydroplane racing. This is not for you. If that doesn't turn you on, you need to find another sport. Wow, that was good.
Andrew Tate just had one of the best races I can ever imagine. I mean, he needed that win after what we were just talking about and the point shakeup and all this stuff. And you could just tell in his driving style, he said, I'm not settling for second place. This is my race. And he went out there and showed the field.
Yeah, and those on the H1 Unlimited live stream are watching the 2 BWR boats come back to the dock. They're very close to each other down there. Both drivers are standing on a deck of their boat. Just looking to see, just kind of watching to see if there's some interaction between the 2 drivers. The boats got so close down there that, and Andrew and Jimmy, it appeared as though at the very back of the boat, it appeared as though the 2 boats got really close together at the dock, and I saw Andrew back there. I thought he was fending off the boat, but then it appeared as though he was fending the boat off with Jimmy Shane. So I think they have already had an initial congratulatory remark to one another. Unofficial results. How about that? And aside from the gun jump of Gunnar O'Farrell, where there was no question, there are no calls on the water. The water's clean. So Andrew Tate, at least on the water, comes home with 400 points and a first place finish, one he needed very badly. Jimmy Shane will receive 300 points, assuming everybody goes through tech. Jimmy Shane will come home with 300 points. Dylan Runne gets 225. The Madison boys pick up another 169. Gunnar, with the penalty, will pick up 127. How's your heart rate, Mr. Eccles?
It's up there. It's way up there. But not as high as Andrew and Jimmy's. I mean, what a race. I mean, I can't say enough about that BWR team. They just had a fantastic run. And again, we have to make sure everything goes through tech and passes, all that good stuff. But what an incredible run. And, like you said, also, the U6, Miss Madison, just keeps getting points. And I mean, he's just like a shark waiting in the shadows and doing a great job.
Our Danny Rogers is cruising the dock there. I know she's going to try and get both of them, but it appeared as though maybe they came off their boats and went separate ways, or not necessarily separate ways. We'll see what Danny's good. We'll see what she's able to come up with down there. We are just waiting. Let's send it down to Danny Rogers. I'm not sure who she has.
Andrew, we'll start with you. What was your vantage point as you were crossing the finish line and this guy was right on your coattail?
Oh, that's about it. I mean, my whole right side mirror was nothing but stars and stripes, so that was a good one. He had a flyer from the outside there at the start, and we definitely had our work cut out from us the whole time, but I don't know. Let's just let him take it away here.
Jimmy, how much more difficult does he make it being on the inside?
Oh, God. I mean, that's obviously the hardest we've run all weekend long, I think, in a heat race. And to have that finish at the end of the race, it's exactly why we're here, to put a show on for the fans. And just to have, I mean, I came in and I was like, that was the coolest race ever, man. Like, that was awesome. And so if we're that pumped up, I'm sure the fans are all pumped up and everybody watching the live stream are pumped up. So that's what we're here to do.
you guys had the biggest smiles on your faces as soon as you both popped out of your boats. How do you balance the competition with actually being teammates out here?
I think teammates is probably the wrong word. Same ownership, different entities, I think would be a good way to put it. But we don't share everything, but we share a lot of stuff and bounce ideas off each other. And I'm learning a lot from Jimmy, to be honest with you. Smart guy, knows how to set up a race boat. So I think that's advantageous for me to continue to grow as a driver. And I'm open to kind of picking his brain and listening to what he says. I don't know if he's lying to me sometimes or not, but I'd like to think not.
Is this guy your teammate or no?
I think he just called me the old guy.
I was going to say the older brother. You can call him the little brother.
The old guy. I know I got some grays coming in, but no, we're having a blast. I mean, how can you not with that result? And we're boat racers. We want to see a good boat race. We want to be in a good boat race. And I like the other heat when I was running side by side with Mike, and I was just behind him, and you come out of the corner, the spray clears. And I'm watching the other boat, like I'm watching, him. I'm like, how high is he going to fly this thing? And I'm watching how far his sponsons are off the water, and I'm kind of like forgetting about, oh shoot, I'm racing a boat too. Like I need to watch my stuff. But I'm looking over there, I'm like, man, that boat looks good on the water. It's cool. But that's what it's all about. We're just having fun. What a run for the Ratchford family and Bruce and Apollo and BWR Racing. You can't ask for a qualifying heat any better than that.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dustin Eccles, I am going to give away an award we don't have, but I'm going to give it away right now for the best interview of the entire season. That was it. That was awesome.
Oh, it was perfect. I mean, it's so candid, and that's we talked about raw emotion. That's it right there. I mean,
yeah.
And just you can see how happy those two drivers were after having the race of their lives, and it just doesn't get any better.
Wow. What a race. What an interview. Two guys that are absolutely as good as anybody in the business, and not just on the H1 side. These guys building boats, setting boats up, racing boats, different classes, hydroplane. I made the comment about these guys. They'll race anything. Heaven forbid they ever run into each other at the grocery store, because it's going to be the first shopping cart to the frozen foods wins. These guys are going to race anything.
No, absolutely. And I mean, Andrew made a good point. Jimmy Shane is so smart when it comes to boat setup, and he's done so much with his own boats, and it's just nice to see what those guys, when they put their heads together. Andrew's, a fantastic boat setup guy in his own right, so you put those two together, and that's an awful hard combination to beat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Jimmy Shane didn't beat it. And tough to beat Jimmy Shane, too. So, holy cow. That was as good off the top end of the race course. I was kind of hoping that was going to be a 12-lapper just so we could keep it going. But there you go, H1 Unlimited fans. And we keep saying it. If you didn't like that one, then this probably isn't the sport for you. But those of you that are here, that was one of the better ones. It doesn't get any better than that. Here's my favorite fans down here. They are loving this stuff. And I'm hoping that our fans on the beach were able to hear the interview. If you could hear the interview, I said when it was done, that was the best interview of the season. We still got half the season to go. But those two guys, the adrenaline was pumping, and they were laughing and talking about each. It was amazing with big smiles. So, holy smoke. And guess what? We're not done yet. We get to do this again. So, H1 Unlimited, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of a write-up we're going to get on this race format, but the race format might be working.
In 4B, we have another 4-boat heat coming up, and it's going to be a stacked one also. So, I mean, that's coming up here shortly.
Yeah, let's take a look at that, because that's really interesting now that I see what you've got down here. Lane number 1 is going to go to Jeff Bernard in the Graham Trucking. He will be in 1. Lane number 2 is going to be Jamie Nilsen in the U11, the FLAV-R-PAC. The Miss FLAV-R-PAC will be in lane 2. Lane 3 will be the U00. That is going to be the Maverick, presented by the Beacon Plumbing. And the U3 Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing, with Corey Peabody, will be on the outside. So you had the two teammates, which apparently aren't teammates. And I love the way Andrew always answers that. He says, I would rather call it same ownership, different entities, and it's a good way to look at it.
He dances all around that
Oh,
all
he
the time.
does.
I'm going to have to hold him down one of these times and say, hey, teammates. And he won't admit it. But
No, he
yeah.
won't. No, he won't. So you've got the teammates going at it again in this one. Corey's going to be on the outside in lane 4. Mike is going to be in lane 3. Jamie Nilsen and the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, he is going to be in lane number 2. And lane 1's going to go to Jeff Bernard. I'm looking at the clock. Heat 4A was supposed to go at 2:20. I think it did. 4B supposed to go at 2:40. It is 2:44. We saw boats going in the water. I'm going to assume we got boats coming out here on the water anytime. I know Jonathan Abbott wants to keep this thing on schedule as humanly possible, and we are on the clock. We are 10 seconds from 1 to the 5.
This heat means the world also. Coming into this one from 2nd to 7th is only 167-point difference. That just shows you how close this field is right now. I mean, it's paramount to get points here.
5 minutes and 50 seconds to our Heat 4B. Those people down there, you're going to have to get out of the water, our swimmers, so we can run one of these hot heats.
Just over 30 seconds to the 5-minute gun. So yeah, we definitely need to get all the swimmers out of the water.
Yeah, so folks down there toward the pit area, and parents, if you got young ones that are out there playing in the water, we need to bring them on shore, please, just for the time it takes to run a heat. And trust me, as fast as these guys run, it's not very long. 10 seconds to the 5-minute mark. Jeff Bernard, Jamie Nilsen, and Nilsen right now is in a little bit of a tough spot unless they push the nose out. He's kind of got Gunnar and O'Farrell in front of him as he gets towed back to the dock, but they haven't yet started to push the nose out on that one. Let's take a look at our field. Now we're taking a look at the boats down at the dock. There you see the first ones coming away. You see Jeff Bernard right there in the foreground. He will be in lane number 1 in the U12, the Graham Trucking. Then that was Corey Peabody off to his right, or off to his left, excuse me. There you get a good look at Jeff. And I'll tell you a guy who needs a strong finish in this one, and it's Mr. Jamie Nilsen.
He does. That boat has so much potential, and you know, he's been plagued by a couple of late starts, and I'm not holding that against Jamie at all, but he's in a different position than he normally is. He's usually in lane number 1. This new format has him kind of intermixed. Now he's dependent on the other boats inside of him making the turns for him to make his run to the start. So we'll see if he gets up there early this time.
Well, he is indeed away from the dock, and he is coming out on the race course. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 boats going up the backstretch. Jeff Bernard, the boat on the left. Then it's Corey Peabody in the Tahoe Miss. Behind him, we pull the camera back. There it is there on the right side of the screen. You see the Maverick. J. Michael Kelly, and then coming up the backstretch, those of you watching on the live stream, way up there in the upper right corner, right by the clock, that's Jamie Nilsen coming up the backstretch. 3:25 until the start, 3:25. Everybody's got to come across start-finish line once before the start. Jeff Bernard will check that box. There he goes, underneath the drone and right in front of us and in front of the fans here. Here come the 2 strong boats side by side. On the inside there and back a little bit, that's J. Michael Kelly in the Maverick, the Tahoe Miss. Corey Peabody, that is the first boat across. And Mike says he's going to give it a squirt. He wants to get to a particular mark, and now here comes Jamie Nilsen. He's going to come down and he's going to slot himself to the inside of Michael Kelly. But he doesn't have to worry about getting up there and sticking his nose in there because that lane has already been determined and it should be available for him. 2:25 till our start.
Jeff Bernard getting up there early, halfway up the back straightaway right now. He knows right where he wants to be, and he's going to be there inside in lane number 1. He's going to make this field drive around him if they're going to do it.
Yeah, I would think Kelly's where he wanted because he gave it a little squirt. across the start-finish line, see if anybody wants to come across the race course. Jamie Nilsen did it earlier. He might want to do it now. As he trails the field, we'll watch and see if Jamie comes across the GP course. No, thank you. He's going to go all the way up to the top. So all of our boats are going to go all the way around this 2.5 mile track. A minute 40, 1:40 till the start. Here comes Bernard on the inside lane, followed by Kelly, followed by Peabody.
They're going to want to be at the exit pin right around a minute down here at the exit of turn number 1. So the only thing I'm concerned about with Jamie here is that when he falls this far back, he's sort of letting the other boats dictate, you know, his run for the clock. Because of those inside 2 boats, if they change lanes at all and keep him outside, it really messes up his timing mark. So I hope that he can get up there and just make his own start.
So well, they're just about where you said. They hit the exit pin there at 1:03. You said a minute? That's pretty close.
Yeah, they're right where they want to be right now. And Jamie being in lane number 2, I mean, he really only has Bernard to worry about inside of him, but he needs to hit this start dead on at a full head of steam. You can see he's hanging back so we can get that head of steam. I just hope he hits it at 0.
Jeff Bernard in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is going to be Jamie Nilsen. Lane 3 will be J. Michael Kelly, Corey Peabody on the outside. It's the Graham Trucking. Lane number 1, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. Lane 2, Maverick in lane 3. The Tahoe Miss in lane 4. Inside 20 seconds. I used to like the 20-second mark at the exit or at the entrance to turn 2.
Almost contact between Bernard and Nilsen. We'll have to see if they actually touched, but boy, there wasn't more than an inch in between them if they didn't.
Inside 10 seconds, we're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark appears to be clean to me. Boy, that's a good looking start. They're lined up really well, and it is a clean start. Already called by the officials. We're going to go 4 wide down to the lower end of the race course. We'll get the oh my goodness, they're tight going in there, but it's a great look, and it's going to be Jamie Nilsen sticking his nose out first, but he has got company on the outside. J. Michael Kelly's right outside of him, and then back of that just a little bit is Corey Peabody. So you got 4 boats lined up pretty good. Wow, they're 4 wide. Dustin Eccles.
Yeah, Nilsen nailed that start in lane number 2. He's trying to pull away from the field, but the strong guys are not going to let him go. He does not have overlap quite yet going into turn number 2, but he's really trying to get a rooster tail ahead of Jeff Bernard. He leaves the inside lane open. He's legal, and he is moving.
Yeah, you can see the rooster tails on the outside of Nilsen up there. Those are the 2 strong boats. There's Kelly. He is right outside of Nilsen. There is Corey Peabody. And then on the inside is Jeff Bernard. But it's Jamie Nilsen with 1 up and 1 down, 2 to go. And J. Michael Kelly trying to run him down. Nilsen needs points. He's in a good position right now, but man, these guys are sticking close together.
Yeah, he's in a great position. He controls the race course. He sets up in lane number 2. He's going to tighten it up to the apex, lane number 1 here, and then he's going to slide back out wide. Keep J. Michael guessing. He controls the race course. He's going to make J. Michael go the long way around.
He is indeed, and then making the other boat go a long way around. Well, that would be Corey Peabody on the outside of Mike. The boats are spread apart a little bit here, but trust me, this one, the shouting's not over yet. Up the backstretch, Jamie Nilsen running like a rocket. J. Michael Kelly looks really strong. He is running in second place. Then it's a rooster tail back to Corey Peabody. And Jeff Bernard still has his sights set on Corey Peabody because he's sitting on that inside lane. If he could get into some clean water, he'd have the shorter way around, but now he's fighting Nilsen's wash.
Yeah, Jamie Nilsen moving out to a comfortable lead here. Rooster tail and a half ahead of J. Michael Kelly. The big story right now, Jeff Bernard is starting to gain a little bit on Corey Peabody, who's staying out nice and wide, but if he stays out that wide, Jeff Bernard might be a threat here soon.
And remember, this is all critical, fans, because points are going to count toward your lane selection in the final. You want every point you can possibly put your hand on. So if you've got a shot at running somebody down, trust me, you want to do it. Nilsen needs points. He's in a great position to pick up 400. Kelly looking strong for his position. So is Corey. Jeff still trying to run down Corey on the inside. That's a tall order right now.
Jamie Nilsen would love Jeff Bernard to pass one of these strong boats to mix up the points a little bit. I think that's why he's leaving that inside lane open, leaving some nice clean water for Jeff Bernard, but not sure it's going to happen.
Off the top end of the race course, he will come down and put lap number 3 in the books. The checkered flag flies, and it flies for Jamie Nilsen and the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. first place in our Heat 4B. Then it is the Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing and J. Michael Kelly. Third place, look at Bernard. He came hard to try and run down Corey, but Corey will nail down the third spot. Jeff Bernard in the Graham Trucking will come home in fourth. Boy, I tell you what, Jeff Bernard was a gamer.
He was. He kept his nose in there the entire time. There's no quit in that U12 team.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good indeed. Boy, the officials called that start legal almost immediately, but it was a good looking start. The boats were all lined up. They were 4 wide.
It was great. All the drivers made a perfect start. I mean, that was incredible with 4 wide coming into turn 1, wide open, side by side. It doesn't get any better.
Wow.
Well, you can tell that Jamie Nilsen is very, very happy right now. He pops the lid early to get some fresh air in there, and he's probably doing some arm pumping up and down to celebrate with his crew. They've worked so hard to get this boat this fast, and I am just so happy to see it.
Absolutely. Well, when we started this whole endeavor yesterday morning, we had 8 preliminary heats of competition to run. They happen quick. We've got them all in the books.
Oh, man.
We have made it through 4A and 4B. We have been incredibly entertained all along the way. We know the fans have been entertained as well. It's been a great show. There we're seeing Jamie Nilsen come back to the dock. And as Dustin was saying, sure that he is going to encounter a happy team owner, a happy crew and crew chief. He earned that one. He was in a good position in the lane 2, and he made the most of it. Jamie steps off. Got boat owner Shannon Rainey right there. Ah, there's a big smile on Shannon's face and a hug for Jamie Nilsen for those of you watching on the live stream. Lots of smiles down there.
Yeah, and, you know, much deserved. They've just worked so hard this entire weekend, and you know, they started out so strong, and then they had a few little mistakes, a few bad things happen, then they were back. But this 400 points is so helpful.
Yeah, you know, don't count this team out by any stretch of the imagination. I realize they're not going to get the first or second or probably third lane draw, but they're going to get on the front row of the final. I believe they were kind of on the bubble, but I think they're going to be okay. And look at Jamie. He gets off the boat and he's going, well, don't I get interviewed now?
Yeah,
it was like, I'm supposed to get interviewed, aren't I? Nobody was around him, but our Danny Rogers is right there with the camera. They'll get set up on the dock, and we will hear from the apparent winner, at least on the water, unofficially, Jamie Nilsen in the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. The boat's been a rocket all weekend. They started the weekend really good with qualifying. The first heat was good. Last one, she's ready. Let's go down to Danny Rogers with Jamie Nilsen.
Jamie, as soon as you hit turn 1, this felt like your heat to lose. What allowed you to get off to such a quick start?
Yeah, you know, it's mainly the Miss FLAV-R-PAC and the speed it's got this weekend. So I feel really bad. I got to apologize to all the fans and sponsors and my team. The boat's been there all weekend. The driver, unfortunately, kind of let things down the last two heats. But you know what? It feels good to hit a good start. And, you know, anytime you can beat boats like that, like the strong boats, you're doing something right. There's a lot of good competition out here. And you know what? That puts us in a good spot going to the final. And I gained a little bit of confidence after that heat. So looking forward to that final heat.
You have second lane choice. What is your mindset now as you head into those finals?
Well, the mindset never changes. Whatever gives you know, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC the best chance to win, that's what we're going to do. So we didn't come here just to show up and run some laps. We came here to compete and try to win, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie Nilsen, well, he didn't have 2 of the best starts on the planet in his second and third heat, and he owned it. He said the boat's been running great. The driver, not so much in that second and third heat, but like he just said right there, he had a much better heat that time, and he's got more confidence in himself. And a whole big chunk of this whole darn thing is about confidence, and you know about that.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And You know, I'm really glad that he just owned up to it. He just went out there. He's not too proud to say, hey, I made a mistake. And he's a good enough driver to where he made the adjustments and nailed this start, put it in a good position, and was able to take a good race boat and put it out front. And, you know, going into the final, he's going to have to do the exact same thing because everyone is going to be at the top of their game.
So our unofficial results, the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. Jamie Nilsen picks up 400 points. Got to be happy over there at corporate headquarters at FLAV-R-PAC. 400 points. They clear the tech truck. They'll have them. Second place, J. Michael Kelly in the Maverick. He will pick up 300 points if everything stays clean. Corey Peabody in the Tahoe Miss. Third place, 225, Jeff Bernard. He was a gamer. He was a gamer on the inside in fourth place. Tried to run down Corey right at the very end, but he'll come home in fourth place in the Graham Trucking and pick up 169 points. So now we got to make sure everything's clean on the water. We'll assume that is. Then these boats have to go through tech inspection. Once that is done, then they will add up all the points, top to bottom, from qualifying to all the heat racing, add it all up, grab the top 5 boats. Put them on a list, top to bottom, most points to the 5th most points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they will do the lane selection process. But now it changes because the boat with the most points gets to choose first.
And I can't imagine that whoever gets, I mean, there's a lot of strategy there because it's a long season. Almost every boat here is going for national high points, but lane 1 is where you want to be here, especially in a 5-boat front row final.
Yeah, the interesting part about choosing lane 1, I'm just thinking of the boats and the choice, because if you're the top point getter and you want lane 1, you can only get it once. Can only choose it once during the season as the top point getter. Do you ask yourself, and I don't know the answer to this, but do you ask yourself a question in the truck? Do you want to save that for maybe Seattle? But if you look at we're assuming Jimmy's going to have the most points. We'll assume Shane will have the most points here. If he does, his sponsor is Apollo, and the sponsors here in Tri-Cities, they sponsor the race here in Tri-Cities. I don't know. There's also been a lot of talk that lane 2 in Seattle's the place to be. If you talk to John Walters, he will sing that song and that mantra quite loudly. So maybe with that line of thinking, if you're Jimmy Shane, give me lane 1. I want to win here in front of Apollo's corporate headquarters, and we'll worry about next week, because you can't assume you're going to be the top point getter next week either.
That's exactly it. Yeah, I think you're going to, if you have lane choice, you're going to take the best lane possible because you don't know what's going to happen this next race. I mean, some really fast boats found themselves on the outside looking in previous weekends. So if you have the opportunity, you need to take it as far as I'm concerned.
Yep. Don't wait. Don't hold it, because you never know. So we'll tally up the points, but we're going to stick here and wait until we find out if everything has cleared the tech truck and we get an official order of finish, and then they'll start pulling out the computers and adding and subtracting and carrying 5 and all that good stuff and get some numbers. And then we'll know who is going to be where for our final heat.
And I do have confirmation that in the 4A, all boats did clear the truck.
Okay, so that's very good. 4A, everybody cleared. One thing I am going to do when this is all done and the rooster tails have all laid back down on the Columbia River, I'm going to pull up some statistics, and I'm going to see just how fast that Heat 4A was run. They were moving.
Yeah, that was a barn burner. It was really quick, and it was fun to watch too. So coming up here very shortly, Brad, we have the 2.5 liter stock final for the weekend coming up, and this has been a pretty impressive class all weekend long.
I think it's been a great class all weekend long. They've been very entertaining. I'm just taking a quick look here at what the 5-lap, 12.5-mile heat record is here in the Tri-Cities. Yeah, boy. Go back to 2011. A guy named Vilwalk, you may have heard of him somewhere along the way, driving the Spirit of Qatar. 12.5-mile, 5-lap heat. He averaged 150.422.
Wow.
So that's the record, the Tri-City course record.
And that is cooking. You talk about a five-lap heat in the final. That's with a ton of boats out there.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong thing because that is 5 laps. That was a 3-lapper out there. I was looking at the wrong heat. We can look at that record in the final. We need to look at a 3-lap, 7.5-mile heat. And, ooh, it gets worse. A guy by the name of Hanauer driving a Budweiser in 1994, get this, 156.957 miles per hour. That is the 3-lap record on this 2.5-mile racetrack here in Tri-City. That's cooking.
That is cooking. And you go back that far, I mean, obviously they were running a lot more fuel than the boats are running right now, but these boats are so efficient and so much more technology that it's still so impressive.
Brad, I'm here with the speeds from Heat 4A for you. Andrew Tate, an average of 154.325. Jimmy, a 154.215. Andrew Tate's fast lap on that heat, lap 2 at a 158.016. I think that's going to be hard to top, guys.
That's incredible.
We just got some numbers put in our head. Oh, this was apparently you picked it up online. Our boats are coming out. I'm going to do a little looking here and just look for a, wow, heat average. Well, we got some pretty hot laps that were just turned, but they're a little short.
Well, and while we're going to mull over the numbers, but right now we've got some fast boats on the race course right now.
We do.
Also, we've got the 2.5-liter stocks, and that bright yellow boat, that's the Porco's Pal, FME Plumbing, Bernard Motorsports, Titan Door, Jelton Shot Trading Company of Carson Kelly, the S12. Super fast boat. Had a penalty in the first heat, but he is always one of the boats to beat. The S333. That sparkly boat, beautiful, H&N Electric, Henning Automotive Holdings, Rugged Radio, Strong Racing, Voodoo Spices and Sauce, Fast Science Federal Way, Pasco Machine Company Inc., MMT. That's Cannon Cushing out there. He had a heat win here just a few minutes ago, basically, it seems like, and that boat is so fast. That's Kyle Davenport in the S6, Pasco Machine Company Inc., Blockhead Machine, KB Marine, Orca Scuba Center. That's the bright red boat crossing the start-finish line right now. Kyle, very aggressive driver. I love watching him drive. He does a great job. And this purple boat coming across here right now. This is beautiful. The Sundown Marine. I love seeing this thing run. That's the Olsch family boat. They always have a beautiful boat. Such fun people. Love seeing them run this thing. That's Katie Brown on the outside in the S98. Strong Racing, Chalet Bowl, Blockhead Machine, Fast Science Federal Way, Chris Kenner Racing Specialties, Bergeron Motorsports, RCM Design, and Photo JJW Racing in the orange and gray boat in turn number 1 right now.
2 minutes and 20 seconds, 2:20 till our start.
Wow, what a field. This is going to be a great final.
Could be, and they put on a great show, as you were just saying. They put on a great show all weekend. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats. Got a couple of them going to cut the race course and come back to front down at the lower end. Perfectly legal move.
And I'm hoping that that's Preston Wrights over there on the back straightaway. He went dead earlier, and I was hoping that they weren't out of it. I didn't see him come across, but I might have missed it. And if that's him, those guys have worked so hard to get this boat in the final. It'd just be great to see him run the final.
Yeah, you're getting a good look here on the screen.
That is, I forget about this beautiful screen right in front of us here, but that's Preston Wright. So whatever they broke, they got it fixed, and he's looking to get lane number 1 right now, so he's looking for the win. Coming up on 1:20 to the start. Man, they are early. So that's Wrights in lane number 1. You can actually look right in the cockpit and see him sawing back and forth in the steering wheel, trying to scrub off some speed. Now look at Cannon Cushing. Cannon Cushing moves over into lane number 2. They're trying to block out. It looks like Kyle, might be Katie Brown. Hard to tell.
I think that's Katie.
So Katie Brown's going to move out to lane number 3, it looks like, with 52 seconds left on the clock. Carson Kelly out in lane number 4, and just outside, that's Travis Olsch.
They are definitely fighting for these lanes. Oh, now this is going to get good. Watch Carson Kelly in lane 4. There you go. You saw the move. The door got closed. And is that indeed Katie sitting in 2?
I believe it is. Yes, it is. And now they just really ran out of a whole bunch of real estate there, so they're going to have to find a lane quick with 20 seconds left to the start.
There was some serious dicing going on at the far end of the race course. We were watching it on the live stream, but those of you here on the shoreline and the banks of the Columbia River watching them come down to the start, we still got 7 seconds we got to kill, and we are getting close. Who's that coming up between boats? Davenport 2, 1, Mark. I think we got 3 across the line, possibly, and that would be Davenport, Kelly, and Brown, I think. But we'll call them as they are on the water, Dustin.
Absolutely. Davenport leads them in. He shuts the door. Not a lot of room down there for these other drivers. Wow, there's water everywhere. Carson Kelly just behind Davenport on the outside. We're going to have to get a call here from the referee to make sure everything was legal. There's water everywhere.
Coming off the corner. That's Davenport out front.
Travis Olsch in second. Carson Kelly on the inside.
He was third.
He was, but here comes Cannon Cushing around him on the outside in the 333. Wow, what a boat race. I think you're safe to say Davenport was over. We'll have to wait to see what the referees call, if there were, in fact, 3 over. But right now, that's Olsch in second place, and I'm going to call him the leader because I'm pretty sure Davenport was over.
Yeah, he came shooting up between boats, and I think it was pretty obvious that he was over, but we will let the officials make that call. So Davenport's your leader, but we think that's got an asterisk, and then it's Travis Olsch.
And look at Cannon Cushing coming in that pink boat on the outside. That's a Honda-powered boat, and he is moving, but he's all the way out in lane number 3. Carson Kelly falling back a little bit in 4th place on the inside, and Preston Wright's in 5th with Katie Brown falling back on the outside. She's in the rough water, just doing a good job hanging on to that thing.
Our race is going to get real close up front.
It sure is. Look at the speed of Cannon Cushing on the outside.
Yeah.
You look at the backdrop there, and he just has so much acceleration. Travis Olsch doing a great job in that purple boat, trying to stretch out the lead, but Cushing's not going to let him go.
No, Cushing's not going to let him go. He came off the corner with some serious authority. That is the boat in 3rd place, running up the backstretch. Olsch is the purple boat, running physically 2nd up the backstretch and into the corner now. We believe he is the leader. Again, we haven't heard anything yet from the officials, but either way, it's a mighty good race up there at the top end of the race course.
So Davenport did jump the gun for sure. The rest of the start is under review. It's been that close, so we're going to call Olsch the leader right now. But look at Cushing coming up the inside. What a run.
Yeah, Cushing moved to the inside, and it's interesting now because Olsch can't turn left. He's going to be on the outside of Davenport going down there, but is there room? No, there was not room.
I think I saw some pieces coming off that 3rd place boat there. We went through a wall of water, and unfortunately, I think took a little bit of damage there.
He drove into a hole that got closed.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, Davenport, jumped the gun, but he's still hanging with there, and that's making it awful hard for the rest of these boats to get around him. Cushing not giving up, though. Olsch on the outside, he's got a great position right now, but Cushing's pushing hard.
Cushing is coming really hard.
Half a lap to go.
Yeah, I think the only shot Cushing's got is if they were to leave him a lane on the inside, and he just moved to the outside. So it's going to be a tall order for him to make a move. Davenport's going to come off the corner with a lead, albeit very, very short, but he has jumped the gun. Travis Olsch.
Oh, and we have a boat over. We do have, this is the finish.
Yeah, I believe that's Carson Kelly. That's the yellow boat that is upside down up there in the corner. Rescue sleds getting to the boat very quickly. They are there on the scene. And as we normally do,
we will let you know as soon as he is out and safe. The
Yep.
rescue is already there and in the water, grabbing him.
we'll stand back, step aside, and let the rescue people do their job. And you and I will talk about a pretty good final heat we just saw.
Carson is out of the boat, we just heard. He is out of the boat. You can rest at ease, Mom. What a race, though, Brad.
Wow.
What a race.
Yeah, it was really good. We thought Davenport was going to just wire that start. You pointed him out. He was way behind the field, and he was really rolling.
He never lifted from, the apex of the turn. He was trying to make a lane like he has done in so many heats, but unfortunately, he just misjudged it. He jumped by quite a ways, but yeah, the other guys were still waiting to hear about the rest of the start, if it was legal or not. It was so close. The referees are watching it several times. Wow, what a run. And as soon as we hear about the start, we will let you guys know. And we'll also let you know as soon as we hear about Carson. We did hear he's out of the boat, and we'll keep you updated on that.
Yeah, Kyle Davenport, we know, jumped the start. We were told the rest of the start is under review, so that still could change things up a little bit. So we'll wait to get it from the officials. They are checking things downstairs and upstairs on the monitors, and what they typically do is come past our floor and they stop and give Dustin the information. As soon as we have it, we will pass it along to you.
We've got some of the best in the business out here on the rescue team driving the H1 rescue boat. That's Dave White, and he has some of the absolute best rescue divers and best rescue personnel. I can't say enjoyed their services, but they were very hospitable to me when I needed them, and they take everything serious. And every time a driver goes in the water, they take a ride in the boat. So the fact that they're coming in the boat, nothing to worry about. We just get everybody checked out and, make sure you just had a lot of adrenaline going through you, and we want to make sure you're okay. So the fact that the boat's coming in is a good sign, and Carson's out and heading back to shore to get dried out.
As the rescue boat heads back toward the pit area with Carson Kelly on board, we are looking at a monitor here showing us boats at the dock in the pit area. We get ready. We're starting to close in on our final heats of racing here for our classes.
I see some 2.5 liter modifieds going into the water right now, and hopefully we see Brady Brackett there in the left side of the dock. We're hoping that he can get out and make a good start here. They've been working feverishly all weekend long to get that boat up on plane, and unfortunately it hasn't happened yet, but we're sending them some good vibes for this final heat.
Tell you what we'll do as things are happening here on the water. We're going to take a break. We're going to step away from the microphones here. We're getting toward the end of day number 3. Final heats are starting to get online, and we're starting to get that activity on the water. Had the 2.5 stock final, 2.5 mod final. We've still got our E350 final to run. We've got our Grand Prix America final to run, and then of course we got the big daddy, the big dogs will go out and run for the Apollo Columbia Cup. I think we're going to watch a replay here quickly that we might have some footage of the incident involving Carson Kelly. So I know that doesn't help the fans here on the beach, but maybe we can see it and maybe do our best to describe what it was. And they are now advising the boats on the race course that were advised to shut down to refire, and they are green to drive back to the race course. So for those of you watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream, we are being told to keep your eye toward the exit pin of the turn. That's going to be the exit pin of turn 2. There's Carson back there, the yellow boat. He's on the left. And looking at the wash behind the leading boat here. There's the exit pin right there. There you saw him hook and the boat lifted up and laid over. Not a really good look, but it was a look that we could see. So not a lot of air, not way up in the air, but the boat hooked, and it appeared to me like it kind of rolled over. That's what I saw. You, Dustin, something similar?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I saw it out of the corner of my eyes also, and video showed the exact same thing.
So now we will step away and take a break. We will be back at the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup, and we will be back after a break. We'll get and make sure we have our course clear. We will make sure we got the schedule right, but we've got final heats coming up, and we still have the Apollo Columbia Cup to decide. Don't go away. We'll be back shortly. Back on the start-finish line here in Tri-Cities, Washington for the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles, Danny Rogers down in the pit area. Our 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup, Dustin Eccles, it's starting to wind down toward the main event and the end of what has been a terrific weekend, and it is going to end with absolutely gorgeous weather and water conditions. We've got not one, not two, but we've got 3 final heats still to run. And first up on that list is our 2.5 liter modified hydroplane final heat. And they are on the water, and we're 4 minutes away from a start.
Absolutely. Yeah, looking across the water here, I see there's the Malden boat. That thing is so fast. We spoke about it all weekend long with the Honda engine. Just hearing that thing wind out over 9,000 RPMs. Jacob Malden doing a fantastic job this weekend. Love to see it out here. I believe I saw the Cushing boat that we just saw in the 2.5 stock class coming through this turn out of turn number 2 at the exit right there in front of us. That's going to be a step up. That is Cannon Cushing stepping up from the stock class to run with the mods. It's a fast boat. He might be able to do something if he can get the inside. We've seen that also. You've got the Bartels family. You got Marissa Bartels driving the A1 for BWR Racing. The apex of turn number 2 right now. It's going slow before the start on the inside, and that's Travis Ulsh on her outside in another stock boat. The S90 is a step up. Travis in a very, very fast boat, doing a great job wheeling that thing. Love to watch him drive. It's actually Preston Wright's right there in front of us. So we'll look for the Bartels boat. Should be, maybe that's, keeping an eye out. That's the Bartels boat at the exit of turn number 2 right now. The Windsor Associates BWR sponsored boat.
There we go.
Can't miss it with the red, white, and blue, silver background. Gorgeous boat.
It is a very pretty boat. Got the red, white, and blue stars and stripes like that Jimmy Shane character's got.
Absolutely.
How about that?
I'll bet you she says they're teammates.
I'll bet that. Yeah, she'll use the teammate word. She'll explain it there to Andrew.
Coming up on just over 2 minutes before the start. This again is a fight for lanes, and look at that. That is Brady Brackett crossing the start-finish line right now. That is so good to see. The Brackett boat out there. First time they've been able to get on plane this weekend. It's just so cool. That's Brasher Electric, 12 Tribes Casino, High Desert Custom Coating, High Desert Machine, Joker's Casino, Sideways Tune, JMC Motorsports, 3 Cities Design sponsored. A lot of people making that boat get out here on the water, and they finally are able to do it.
And the boats are beginning to huddle up, if you will, down at the bottom end of the race course. At least a large number of them are. We've got a boat cruising up the backstretch. Now we've got 2, and I think other boats are going to join as we come up on the minute 15-second mark.
Right in the middle of your screen, Brad, that's Brady Brackett on the inside, and that is Jacob Malden just outside. A couple of highly modified boats running on alcohol out here, and you can see the stock boats up there early. Preston Wright's, Cannon Cushing up there way early, but they have the acceleration.
Travis Ulsh is now moving up in the purple boat. He is on the inside of Brady Brackett's hull. Going to come up by Malden a little bit, see if he's going to get that inside lane, but there's a couple of boats already at the exit pin to the corner, or entrance pin to the corner. That's what you're seeing now, and they are coming up on 30 seconds until the start. 30 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like those 2 boats have lanes 1 and 2 pretty much sewn up. They're not going to leave any room in between them, because we see what happens when you leave a couple of feet in there. It looks like Travis Ulsh is going to come up in lane number 3. The rest of the lanes are still pretty open. Everyone's going really wide, keeping their speed up.
Coming up on 10 seconds. Time to wind them up and bring them down. Inside 5 seconds. We are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. I think we got it. I think we're good.
I think they nailed it. We'll have to wait to see. It was close, but I think they nailed it. Bartels on the outside, going to lead them all the way down into turn number 1. Clean start. Wow, what a turn.
Yeah, boy, oh boy. Travis Ulsh really flew the 90 when he got down there, but look across the river here. You've got boats just piled in there. There's at least 5 boats, maybe 6 there in that bunch.
That's right.
Coming off the corner.
Wright's on the inside, but there goes Cushing in lane number 2, and look at Bartels out on the outside, pulling the entire field. Wow, she's moving.
Travis Ulsh is making a move from back in the pack, but you are right. Marissa Bartels on the outside, showing an awful lot of speed, covering a lot of ground. This is going to be a good corner at the top end. Going to tell a lot about the outcome of this particular. Look at Marissa Bartels on the far outside. She's finding some clean water. Got a long way to go.
Man, she's got to be able to tighten it up at some point here. Everyone is staying right with her, so she can't move in too far, but she's running so fast. Look at Cannon Cushing out front, though, right now. They're still all together. What a race.
Wow. Marissa might have right now the quickest boat on the water, but she's running a monster race course because, to your point, she can't move left yet. But look at her down there at the bottom end of the race course. You can see her coming on the outside again, and I think she's going to have overlap now. Once she comes off the turn, we're going to see the nose of it, and there it is.
Yeah, it's Cushing on the inside, Bartels on the outside. Now that she's not running a 2-mile race course, she might be able to catch him here, but wow, what a race. They're dead even. Now Bartels pulls just ahead by a little bit, maybe a half a rooster tail, but Cushing's not going to lift as they head into turn number 2.
But she is still way on the outside. She did not move over and try and close the door, so she's still running that big race course. You'll get a good look at here on the shoreline when they get to the exit pin. Look how wide she is, still leaving room off to her left. But man, she is running down the field.
She is, and they are dead even with one more lap to go. Bartels is going to be the leader at the line. Cushing not far behind, though, and here comes Malden in the middle.
I was going to say, it's Jacob Malden that's causing the problems for Marissa here. He just won't go away in between boats. They are on the final lap. This could be very good. Marissa down there just on the outside.
Oh, Malden's coming hard here.
Here he
boy.
is. Oh, this is going to be a good race, and not between the two boats we probably thought. It's going to be Malden on the inside, Bartels on the outside. This is lap number 3. And they're going to encounter a little bit of lap traffic here with Brady Brackett up at the top end of the race course.
This is going to make it exciting here. The checkered flag is up, less than a half a lap to go. Brackett looks like he's staying on the inside. Wow, that's going to be a tight one.
Top end of the race
dead
course.
Even.
They are going to be dead even. Oh boy, here we go. One more time. Malden on the inside, Bartels on the outside. It's a run to the checkered flag. I'm as close to the line as I can get it, and Marissa Bartels will get across first. How about that? Malden gave it a go, but he couldn't quite run her down.
What a race.
Wow. Jacob Malden in that boat you just love, and that monster down there in the engine well. But the young lady was able to hold him off.
That was incredible. Cannon Cushing with a very respectable run in 3rd place, and that's Travis Ulsh in 4th, and Preston Wright's in 5th. Brady Brackett's going to continue on to get his finish, but what a race.
Yeah, absolutely. That was good. That was real good. 2.5 mods did not disappoint.
No,
Yikes.
not at all. I mean, I keep talking about, I geek out over that engine that the Maldens are running in that thing, and you could just hear the horsepower that it's making. But not to take anything away from the Bartels family, they've worked really hard. They've had a few mechanical problems with their engine, and they have got it running so good right now. It's great to see.
It is good to see. So that will do it for the 2.5-liter mods. It was a great final heat. We are going to run our Grand Prix final heat. And then we're going to put the big dogs in the water and put the capper on the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. The H1 Unlimited hydroplanes will take to the Columbia for our final heat. And to make sure we have all of the information for our final heat and to get you the rundown as soon as we can, as Brady Brackett comes across the finish line here in the 2.5-liter modified class. This one is in the books. We're going to step away for just a couple of minutes. We will be back, and I believe it's Grand Prix style when we do.
Welcome back to the Columbia River here on the banks. The E350 hydroplanes have just got on the race course here for their final event of the weekend. First boat out on the course is Kip Brown in the E3 blockhead machine JJW Racing Silver Cloud Hotels. Just behind Kip Brown, entering turn number 1, that's Rochelle Hill in the E62 Ice Harbor Brewery. And Jason Schrock just inside of her in that dark blue boat. And I believe that's Wild Bill Strain just behind Rochelle. That's the Thorpe Fruit and Antique Mall North Shore Automotive boat.
And Mike Jarvis in his Yellow Raining Thunder. I believe that's the last boat up the backstretch. You got the sponsor information there.
There he is. That's
the Raining Thunder, the E62. There you go.
Glad to see those guys back out. They heard an engine earlier, so
yeah,
very surprised to see him back out, but glad. That's a great boat. Mike does a great job driving it.
So the big question here, can anybody solve the Kip Brown puzzle? He's been pretty dominant.
He's going to have to make a mistake here, and Kip's not one of those guys that makes many mistakes, but you never know. This is hydroplane racing.
It is, and it can happen.
And Rochelle Hill has been so fast all weekend that she's been a little behind on the start, or one thing or another has happened, but if she gets a good start with Kip, and maybe on his inside, maybe.
You never know. We've been saying how good she has been running. Apparently, she needed to tear up the bottom of the boat because the boat came back stronger than ever. And we've talked about it, but we really applaud her efforts to get the boat here and fulfill her sponsorship responsibility with Ice Harbor Brewery.
Absolutely. I know Haltac came back on board and fixed her ECM that got wet. This is a different system than everyone else is running, so she has a computer helping manage all the stuff in there, and it got wet when the boat broke, and they helped her out getting it all fixed, so it's great to see. Kip Brown, that's a beautiful looking boat in the sunshine, isn't it?
It really is. The sun glints off of the colors on that one. I have no idea what the colors are, but it really is pretty. And that's Wild Bill Strain just off to his right. There goes Rochelle Hill, the third one down the front straightaway, and cutting the race course from back to front. Here comes Mike Jarvis.
And Jason Schrock is up there early. He's at the exit of turn number 1 already. He's been doing that this weekend, but he hasn't been able to protect that inside lane. So although he gets up there early and he establishes it, he doesn't keep it. Let's wait to see. This is a good shot right now on our screen of Jason coming down the back straightaway here, and we'll see if he can hold on to that inside lane or if he's going to let Kip Brown steal it away from him.
Yeah, that's Kip Brown and I believe Bill Strain that are coming up behind him. And we've still got 1 minute, 10 seconds here to kill before we get there.
And you can see Schrock moving outside a little bit. He leaves the inside wide open, so maybe he has a different game plan. But Kip is definitely going to get on his inside, and looks like Bill Strain is also going to stick his nose in there and be on the inside.
Kip Brown on the inside does not bode well for the rest of the field. Where's Rochelle? Where is Rochelle? She is the last boat coming up the back straightaway, I think.
I think you're right, Brad. Going to try to get a flying start. She knows all these other boats are up there way early trying to fight for that inside lane, and she says, you know what, I'm going to hit this thing wide open and hopefully just make a lane.
Well, let's see if it works, because here she comes. Clock is down to 20 seconds. 20 seconds. She's looking for a hold. Does she have to go outside everybody? Anybody leave her a lane? Nope. Not going to happen. 15 seconds. She's got a lot of boat speed, but she's going to trail.
And Jarvis just stole lane 1 away from Kip Brown.
Well, Strain's going to jump the clock because we're still at 6 and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Well, it's Kip Brown and Rochelle Hill. Not a lot of boat speed, but the two of them at least were able to throttle back and stay legal behind the line. The same can't be said for Bill Strain.
No, Bill Strain started early for next heat. So he's but Kip Brown is your current leader, but Rochelle Hill is not too far back, about a rooster tail and a half back on the outside. Jason Schrock on her inside, and Jarvis about 2 rooster tails back, just exiting turn number 1.
So the boats are spread out, and Unfortunately, this is the way it has been in this class due to the dominance of Kip Brown. You see on the live stream there, you saw the white boat turn first. That's Bill Strain, and there wasn't a whole lot of question about him jumping that start. He was way across the line. He knew it. Nothing he could do. Here comes Kip Brown off the exit pin at the top corner. The white boat there is Bill Strain. There, you're looking right on the camera there on the live stream. You're looking at Kip Brown. He's coming on the inside. He's going to be your lead boat and leave no doubt to anybody who is leading this race.
Absolutely, and the way Rochelle's been running this weekend, I don't know that Jason Schrock will be able to catch her, but he's going to do his absolute best. He's about 2 rooster tails back right now, and he does have the inside, so we'll see how this plays out. And we'll see if Bill Strain actually moves to the outside, knowing that he did jump the gun, does have the penalty, if he's going to let these boats behind him race or if he's going to stay in there.
And he is... We'll get maybe a look at that as they come up the backstretch, but now it is all Kip Brown, and Strain's not going to move out real wide here.
Jason Schrock looks like he's actually gaining some ground, doesn't it? I mean,
it does.
He's within a rooster tail now, so he might be gaining some ground.
This could get interesting back there for second place. Bill Strain still running pretty hard. He has to know he was across the line. It was not close.
No, you know, they did make a lot of changes to that boat. Maybe he just wanted to get out front and see what the clean water, what it'll do. But unfortunately, yeah, he jumped the gun by a mile. But Kip Brown, that was a good legal start to me, and he's leader right now. Rochelle Hill, though, side by side with Jason Schrock now. She left the door open, and Jason stuck his nose in there, and now she's just about 2 boat lengths ahead. What a race.
It was a very good race down the front straightaway. Rochelle Hill got about 3/4 of a rooster tail, but is on the far outside. So this is, like you said, she left the door open, and Jason said, I'm going to walk through it. You see the advantage there of having that inside lane. Jason's going to pull up pretty much alongside. There's a lane in between them, so Rochelle's out quite wide, but boy, she's got good acceleration off the exit pin.
And this is where that boat out front there, Bill Strain, this is going to play a big role. Is he going to stay inside, or is he going to move outside? And right now, he's right in the middle, unfortunately, for Rochelle. I mean, this is going to be a tough one for her to maintain her lead when she's running this big of a race course around a boat with a penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. So she's going to have to stay wide. Schrock's going to stay tight to the buoy row, at least the best he can. There's a lane in there. That's going to make it tough on Rochelle. She's going to have to run the big course. Got a fast race boat, but she's going to have to deal. But here is the finish, and Rochelle Hill will get across first in second place. Schrock will come home in third. Bill Strain was in there, the white boat between the boats. He had jumped the gun. And then Mike Jarvis with the boat number 62, the Reigning Thunder. One of the nicer guys you'd ever want to run into. Mike Jarvis, he's a good guy. I worked with him for many years and actually got him on a broadcast a couple of times at Spanaway and at Pateros. He and I shared the microphone, had some fun together. Good kid.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm glad to see him back out here. Like I said, they had an engine problem earlier in the day and a catastrophic problem, so they must have put another engine in. They had a backup bullet, and good to see him make a start and a finish. Well, a good weekend, to say the least, for Kip Brown. I mean, that's an awful hard boat to beat at this point.
I think while we get ready here for our Grand Prix, let's take a moment to make sure we pass along to all our fans on the shoreline here our lineup for our H1 Unlimited Final Heat. We have it. We have it in front of us. The boats have been chosen based on their points. Their points have been totaled from top to bottom. The boats have been given their lane choices and their lane selections. They have made them. And they're going to come up on the screen here, but we want to read them aloud for everybody as well. For the Apollo Columbia Cup Final Heat, the lanes look like this. Not a big surprise. Lane number 1, the U-27, the Miss Apollo with Jimmy Shane. And I can hear it already. Somebody's out there going, he was in lane 1 in Madison. Yes, he was. But he was not the top point getter for that final heat, so it didn't count as his only one-time selection. However, he was the top point getter here on the Columbia River. He chose lane 1. That one is off the table for him should he again be a top point getter. Lane 1, U27, Miss Apollo with Jimmy Shane. In our lane number 2, courtesy of a very nice win in his 4th heat, the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC with Jamie Nilsen, also having some signage on the boat representing the Ronald McDonald House of Western Washington and Alaska. Jamie Nilsen and the Miss FLAV-R-PAC U11, he will occupy lane number 2. Just outside of him in lane number 3, it will be the U1 BWR Racing and Andrew Tate. They're going to be in lane number 3. Andrew had the issue with the data box and the recorder. He's going to win this thing. He's going to have his hands full with a lot of speed off to his left, but never count that young man out. Andrew Tate, BWR Racing. He will be in lane 3. Lane number 4 is going to be the U3, the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing. Corey Peabody behind the wheel. The Tahoe Miss presented by Beacon Plumbing. A strong showing. There's a lot of speed in that boat, but he's going to have to do this if he's going to win it. He's going to have to do it from lane number 4. And on the outside, on our 5-boat front row, the U00, the Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing. J. Michael Kelly behind the wheel, the guy with the big grin on his face earlier this morning when they found a lot of speed in that boat. And I'll tell you, before this season's over, you're going to have to deal with the Maverick presented by Beacon Plumbing, because J. Michael Kelly knows how to drive it. And you give him a boat with a lot of speed, you better bar the door and look out, because he knows how to handle it. We're going to run those 5 boats on the front row. We are also going to have a trailer boat in the final field. Our trailer boat will be the U40, the Bucket List Racing, and Dylan Runne. That's a tough spot to be in. I'm going to assume you have been there before, and I've heard all kinds of descriptions of what that's like. I'm going to let you explain it from your perspective.
Yeah, I've been the trailer a couple of times, and it's not a good place to be in. Going all the way back to Gunnarsville when Andrew Tate flipped, and I actually went over the top of him because you can't even see where you're going, and there's so much spray and rough water. It's miserable back there. But if somebody can get it done, Dylan Runne's the guy that can do it.
There we go. So there's your lineup. It's the 20 inside out. It's the 27 and Shane, the 11 and Nilsen, the 1 and Tate, the 3 and Peabody, the 00 and Kelly with the 40 and Dylan Runne as the trailer. Now, next up, tell me I'm right this time. We got Grand Prix?
We got Grand Prix.
Grand Prix final. Going to get loud and proud out here. And I believe I heard somewhere along the way we were going to run an 8-boat final, but now I'm already seeing we got a scratch here. Looks like a 7-boat field, but that should be pretty good. Lane number 1. Why don't you help me with this one? Dustin, you know it well. Lane number 1 going to be GP35. That's going to be Brandon Kennedy.
Absolutely, yeah. The Jones Construction, H Tool Machine, River City Printing, Brandon Kennedy doing a fantastic job this weekend. That thing is awful hard to beat.
Well, if somebody can do it, I like the speed we saw in the last heat from the boat in lane number 2. It's GP 135, John Shaw. That Cool Cat racing boat was fast.
Absolutely. John Shaw does a great job with that thing. You know, Racing to Read, the Cool Cat team, they have their stuff put together, and that's going to be a hard one. Lane number 2, that's a great lane for them.
Lane number 3, GP10, the Miss Runne, Kevin Ekert.
The Miss Runne, they've got their stuff dialed in. They had a broken blower belt earlier in the weekend and a coupler problem, but the JJR engineering boat is absolutely on fire this weekend. And if Austin Ekert can get a good start, I bet he's going to be challenging for the lead.
And we had that wrong. I had that wrong. Did I say Austin Ekert? That's Kevin. That's a GP10.
Well, maybe I misspoke. Maybe I have the problem this time. But, yeah. Kevin,
lane number 3 is going to be Kevin Ekert in the Freak, the GP10. How about that?
Also, JJR Engineering. And, you know, Kevin has had a tremendous weekend so far. He had a penalty early, but that boat is so fast, and he's taking command of it, making good starts, good decisions, and it's definitely a competitor.
Lane number 4, going to go to GP 235, our colleague Brent Hall. In the other boat from Cool Cat Motorsports, Brent will be in lane number 4.
Yeah, Brent is ready to go. He's been working on the starts all weekend. He told me, he says, I'm nailing this one, so watch out. 235 is going to be it's going to be there on the start.
It's yellow, it's low, it's fast, and it's been here for so many years, and it's been successful. GP15 Greg Hopp.
And they've got a lot of help, so here I go, Brent. The Overturf, Volkswagen, Bardal, AFR, ARR, Ed's Automotive and Machine, ADS, Dan Cole Sells Cars, Sam Cole Consulting, Evil Metalworks, A Touch of Color Vinyl Graphics, Baker Performance Propellers, Jessel Valve Train Innovation, and of course, Happy Go Lucky.
Happy go lucky. There you go. Nicely done. Very nicely done, I might add. And this will be lane number 6. Chris Grant in the GP5. If I've got this one right, it's Richland 3 Margaritas presents. Oh, now I'm drawing a blank on that word. I know the Jack Nut Sports Apparel. I know that one. They've had that on the boat since, before San Diego last year. So, yeah. The Richland 3 Margaritas presents Jack Nut Apparel. That is boat number 5. It's Chris Grant behind the wheel. Now we can put Austin Ekrit into the mix. Awesome Austin will be on the outside. GP17 to Miss Runne. It's blue and white, and it's fast when it runs.
And that is the other JJR engineering boat. This is the one they've been doing all the R&D, all the updates on, and trying some new stuff. So it's pretty great to see this thing start to come alive and actually show its dominance out here. I mean, these guys were challenging for the lead several different times. A few things have taken them out, but it's fast.
So that's it. It'll be the GP35 in 1 with Kennedy, the GP135, John Shaw in 2, GP10, Kevin Ekrit in 3, GP235, Brent Hall in 4, GP15, Greg Hopp in 5, GP5, Chris Grant in lane 6, and on the outside, Austin Ekrit in the GP17.
Yeah, this is a great lineup. I mean, I can't wait to see this thing. I don't know that any of the fans will be able to hear you and I talking at all because it's going to be deafening loud, but what a sight that's going to happen here pretty soon.
It'll be a fair amount of fun.
We should be getting pretty close here. We don't see the pit area from our view, but I can almost promise you the boats are in the water here.
Yeah, we're a couple ticks after 4 o'clock. And they're working diligently to get things done on time. We've got 2 things left to do. We've got to run the Grand Prix America final heat here for the Columbia Cup, and then we'll put the big dogs in the water, the H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
Yeah, once these guys get strapped in the boats, they don't want to keep them hanging too long, so as soon as they're in ready to go, they will be on the water.
I think what we're going to do is, until such time as we get the boats on the water, we're going to take a quick break here where we can go and grab a bottle of water and get ready for it to get loud and proud. Our producer just found his way back up to the top of the steps. We will take a quick break, and we will be right back with Grand Prix America Final Heat. Back here on the start-finish line tower, Brad Luce, along with Dustin Eccles. We are inside 5 minutes for the start of our Grand Prix America final. And I want to give a shout out here to my co-host, our color commentator, the excellent work done by Mr. Dustin Eccles. Unfortunately, he made a very strong effort, named all the sponsors for our GP5, and then we were given the word the GP5 has unfortunately scratched. So our 7-boat final heat for Grand Prix America is now down to a 6-boat. Boats are starting to come away from the dock and out on the race course. Nonetheless, Mr. Eccles, it's going to get loud.
Absolutely it is. I see the Cool Cats first boats out on the water. Gorgeous looking boats.
Absolutely. They are both away. First one is John Shaw, then that is Brent Hall. Second boat away from the dock down there.
And that looks like Brandon Kennedy and that white boat. It looks menacing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. And it's just, I guess part of it's the mystique. You know how fast the darn thing is. And he drives it so very, very well. So you got 2 Cool Cat boats. You got John Shaw going up the back stretch. That's the first boat. Brent Hall is the second blue and turquoise and black boat going up. Then you got the low profile white boat of Brandon Kennedy. Brandon Kennedy will be in lane 1. John Shaw, the Cool Cat Motorsports GP 135, he will be in lane number 2. He's got to have a good start to have a shot at this particular final heat.
That's Kevin Egret in the orange GP10, the Freak, making his way onto the race course right now, and just getting on plane, the GP15, Greg Hopp. And there is the GP17 making his way onto the race course also. Man, this field is stacked.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Coming up on 2 minutes and 40 seconds till the start.
2:40 till the start. We've got all our boats out on the water. Everybody is present and counted for. Kevin Egret by himself up at the top end of the race course. Got a couple of boats coming up behind him. In fact, he's got the whole field coming up behind him, but he is already up at the top end of the race course. That is the boat you on the live stream see all the way up at the top of the screen. Coming off the exit pin of turn 2. Kevin Egret, GP10, they call it the Freak. Boat's fast.
Oh, very fast, yeah. If Kevin can get a good start and stay legal, he's definitely going to be one of the guys to beat here. Look at this thing. John Shaw getting his timing run down the front straightaway, and it's fast.
That boat's really quick. John Shaw coming across. Here we come. GP17, Austin Egret. The Miss Runne is going to be on the outside, but he's a competitor. Then coming across start-finish line here, it's Brent Hall, the GP 235. Next boat across is that low-profile yellow, Greg Hopp, GP 15. And the first look at the low-profile white, GP 35, Brandon Kennedy. You're right, it's just got kind of a menacing look to it. And like I said, I think part of it's just a mystique because you know how fast it is.
Not sure where Kevin Egret's going here with the GP10. He's going to have a lot of course to make up here. This is a great big Russ Dodge design race course, and he's going to be behind the 8-ball a little bit. He's going to have to keep his foot into it.
That's Shaw coming across the course too.
That's Brent Hall. Yeah, so the other boats are at the exit pin of turn number 1, starting to make their way up the back straightaway. Egret's just now getting to the entrance pin, and Brent Hall at the apex of 1. So spread out just a little bit here, but they'll make it up with 40 seconds left on the clock.
They will make it up. Shaw coming off the corner hard, and he will slot himself into lane number 2. So he will get up there between Kevin Egret. When Egret catches up with the field, he will get in there with him between Kennedy and Kevin. Top end of the race course, 20 seconds until the start. Yeah, Kevin Egret's rolling in there. He's going to bring a bunch of speed. And
it's go time.
Yeah, he's got himself slotted in lane number 3, right where he is supposed to be. John Shaw is right next door to Brandon Kennedy. 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Wow. Brent Hall with a great start down there, as did Austin Egret, and we've lost Greg Hopp. I think the start was legal and it was a beauty, but look who gets down there first. Brandon Kennedy, he's got company with him. I'm not sure who's right outside the door, but it's Kevin Egret right with him.
John Shaw.
Also John Shaw with him. Look at him, 3 wide up the backstretch. They are tied together, and holy cow, there's a lot of speed.
Wow,
on
what a
John
boat race.
Absolutely. John Shaw with a lot of speed in between boats. Kevin Egret on the outside. He's trying to hang with him. That lane position for Brandon Kennedy, so important. We're going to go 3 times around. Here's the completion of the first lap, and it is Brandon Kennedy flying the boat. Kevin getting a great boat ride from lane 3, but man, Shaw's rolling in the middle.
Oh, Shaw's in a tough spot right now. Kevin Egret just on his outside, and he doesn't have overlap yet. John Shaw gonna get wet. Kevin Egret still pushing hard just on the outside, but right now it's all Brandon Kennedy.
It is all Brandon Kennedy as he comes up the backstretch. We're going to be halfway through this final heat of the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup final heat for the Grand Prix America boats. And as possibly expected, almost a rooster tail and a half lead for Brandon Kennedy. He had his hands full coming out of turn 1. They were 3 wide and it was gorgeous, but that inside lane in that boat, that's tough to drive around.
Absolutely. Kevin did a great job, made a good start. So did John Shaw, but boat speed is the name of the game here, and the GP10 being on the outside just did not have enough speed to get up there. But here comes John Shaw now up the inside of Egret. He's within half a rooster tail.
Yeah, John Shaw is rolling down there. This is the final lap. He is in 3rd place. He's on the inside of Kevin Egret. That's the race right now for those 2 boats coming off the corner. That red one on the outside, that's Egret Shaw. The blue and black one on the inside. Out front, Brandon Kennedy, but it's Shaw and Egret. Look at Shaw come on with the top end speed.
Yeah, Shaw closes ground now on the inside. They're dead even as they head into the entrance of turn number 2. Now Egret pulls ahead. He keeps it to the floor. This is going to be it. It's going to be a tight one.
It certainly is going to be a tight one. Here's your winner, Brandon Kennedy, GP 35. 2nd place going to go to John Shaw in the GP 135. Kevin Egret, GP10, the Freak. Wow, that was a great race between those 2 boats, especially up there at the top end.
Wow, what a boat race.
That was a good one.
We still have Austin Egret here in the GP17 with a beautiful run coming down to take the finish. Brent Hall doing a great job here, going to finish just behind in 5th place. And we got to see what happened to Greg Hopp. Greg Hopp got wet at that start and ended up shutting the engine down and having to restart. So we'll have to wait with the referees and see if there's any calls. Man,
wow.
What a race.
Wow. Here's something new. I don't know if you've noticed this before. The officials are going to take a look at something. Imagine that.
Weird.
Our officials are downstairs from up on high. But man, that was good and that was fun.
Yeah, you know, these officials take a lot of heat, and this is a very, very tough job. But I can tell you, I haven't been up here watching these races with you guys before like this, but they are so diligent in making the decisions, and they don't do anything before they're 110% sure of it. And this is really cool to watch the officials monitor different footage and see. Look at how happy Brandon is right now, which he deserves it.
Yeah, you folks down toward the pit area on the shoreline there, Brandon Kennedy's coming down the front straightaway toward you very slowly. He's got the lid open. He's waving. Give it up for Brandon Kennedy, GP 35. Man, that thing, it's just a rocket.
And you know, we think he's celebrating right now, but maybe he's just trying to cool down because he's got to jump right out of this boat and into that U6 Royer presents Miss Madison. Because, wow, that is going to be a full plate for him this afternoon. Oh, as he's doing a quick donut in front of the crowd right now.
There we go. That'll get the people excited.
That is so cool. Good for him.
I've got good news and bad news for Brandon Kennedy. The good news is he can do that donut out there and celebrate in front of the fans. The bad news is he can do that because he didn't make the final.
Oh, I misspoke. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You know what, though? That boat has been so good all weekend, I didn't even have a doubt in my head that they were going to be in the final. So that still speaks volumes for that team because they've been so strong all weekend.
And I think they have to hold their heads up high.
Absolutely they do.
They really, really do. Well, Mr. Eccles, there's only one more thing to do.
What do we got?
That is pull out the big trophy for the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. Who is going to walk away with the big piece of hardware? Been racing here since 1966. Some of the more notable victories on this race. The first one occurred in 1966. You might know this guy by name, but there's a guy named Bernie Little. Claimed his first victory here with Bill Brow as the driver in a boat called, of all things, the Miss Budweiser. Bernie Little got his first victory here in 1966.
Real quick, Brad, I don't want to interrupt. I just want to give a quick update with the GP heat. There was a 1-minute penalty on the 235 for encroachment, taking the lane away from the GP15. That's what caused Greg Hopp to get washed down at the start. So unfortunately for the 235, there is a penalty there.
All right. We're looking at the screen there to see when our Columbia Cup final is supposed to go off, and it's supposed to go off at 4:30, which is going to be coming up pretty quick. Tell you what I'm going to do, Dustin Eccles, and to our producer, I am going to step away. If we can take a very short break, I am going to run down. Mr. Eccles, would you like a bottle of water? Because we're going to buckle up here for the final. I'll get us a couple of waters.
I think we're going to need them.
I'll be right back, and then we'll start down our list of boats in the Columbia Cup final. Hello, race fans. Back on the Columbia River in Tri-Cities, Washington, Brad Luce, along with Dustin Eccles, Danny Rogers, is down in the pit area. There's only one more thing left to do in the 2026 Apollo Presents the Columbia Cup, and that is crown our H1 Unlimited Columbia Cup champion. We are about to do that. We've put a crown and a champion on all the other classes and all the other boats. It is the only thing left on the schedule, but some big changes here. 5 boats on the front row, 1 trailer boat behind them. Got to start 10 seconds behind the clock. 6 boats are going to be on the water, and instead of a 3-lap heat, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times around. It is a winner-take-all final.
That's a lot of laps, and it's going to be an ocean out here with a lot of fast boats.
It's going to be a lot of laps, especially as fast as these guys have been running. And we've been hearing about it from the drivers all week long. They've been having fun, but once they get off camera, I'm sure they're going, wow, I am wore out, because they have really been working, and you're going to have to work that hard, and even more so, to win this heat. Let's take a look at our final field. Lane number 1, the U27, the Miss Apollo with Jimmy Shane. Lane number 2, the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC with Jamie Nilsen behind the wheel. Lane number 3, the U1 BWR Racing with Andrew Tate. Lane number 4, the U3, the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing, Corey Peabody behind the wheel. And lane number 5 on the outside, Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing, J. Michael Kelly handling the driving duties. Our trailer boat is the U40 Bucket List Racing, Dylan Runne. Inside out, Shane, Nilsen, Tate, Peabody, Kelly.
What a field. I mean, this is just the best of the best right now, and if I had to pick a winner, it's absolutely impossible.
Yeah, you gotta tip your cap toward Jimmy Shane, but there's a reason they play those football games on Sunday. You got to go out and do it. He might be the favorite on paper, but they don't give trophies away based on that. You've got to go out and prove it. And you know somebody out here's been maybe keeping a little something extra up their sleeve. We saw BWR Racing and Andrew Tate beat Jimmy Shane in the last heat, but he did it on the inside. Can he do it on the outside? Can he do it on the outside with Jamie Nilsen sitting off to his left? Nilsen is no slouch. He's got to be on time. He knows that even more than you and I know that, because he wasn't on time for 2 heats in a row. It cost him dearly. He knows he's got to be on time. I expect him to have a good start and challenge these guys all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said earlier, there's a million ways to do it wrong and one way to do it right. So right now the pressure is on all of these drivers to take what the teams have given them, these fast race boats, and go out there and actually do their job and make a good start and run a perfect race.
Yeah, I really like that statement. You've said it now a couple of times today. A million ways to do it wrong and only one way to do it right. And you got to find that one way. These guys are the best in the business. If anybody can do it, these are the 7 drivers. So I don't have, oh, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How about that, Eccles? I can still count after 3 days in the hot sun. 6, I think that's a full field of boats right there. And this is my favorite moment of the Columbia Cup all weekend. And it's as we approach the 5-minute mark, and about 15 seconds before that, they let the lines go on the nose, and almost in unison, all of them tip toward the center of the Columbia River. And it's just, there's so much color. And now the colorblind guy's saying this, but it's so true. Even I can see all this color in a late afternoon sun. It's really something special.
Yeah, I mean, this is anticipation at its finest right now. I'm vibrating up here waiting to see a final heat from the tower. This is great.
I think we are getting ready to go. I saw some of the window shields coming off on Corey Peabody's boat. We must be getting ready. The H1 ticker went away on the bottom of the screen. How about that? As soon as we get I don't know if we can hype this thing up anymore. And if you've been here all weekend or been watching all weekend, the racing has been incredible. I've had people come up to me, one up on top of the tower says, I've been coming here for over 37 years. I've never seen racing like this before. We are coming up on 1 to the 5. 1 to the 5, and that's going to be in 5 seconds. 1 minute until the 5-minute mark. That's when the boats will typically come out on the race course. They don't have to. You see some of the lids beginning to go down already. It's beginning to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Our 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup is about to come to a pinnacle as we are 45 seconds to the 5-minute mark. 45 seconds. You ready, Dustin Eccles?
I could not be any more ready.
Let's make it happen. And the noses begin to move out toward the center of the river. Now, they're not all doing it in that choreographed dance that was before this particular race format, but Corey Peabody with the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing. He's got his nose out, as does Dylan Rennie, the trailer boat. Here comes J. Michael Kelly tipping out toward the river in the U00, the Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing. There we go. Now the noses are all starting. The boats are all pointed out toward the center of the Columbia River, and we are inside 5 minutes. We are at the 4:50 mark for the Columbia Cup final. Fans along the shoreline on the H1 Unlimited YouTube, buckle up. Here we go. 5 times around, the Columbia Cup trophy is on the line. Look at them come away from the dock in a late afternoon sun. It's very, very good. Let's take another look at the boats in the field. We will start with our trailer boat. It is Dylan Runne. Not where he wants to be, but he'll put that orange boat out on the water. He'll do with it what he can, but he's got to trail the field. In lane 5, the U00, the guy that was so happy this morning, I think they're going to come out of here very happy. He's in a tough spot now on the far outside in the Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing. That is J. Michael Kelly. Lane number 4 is going to be U3, the Tahoe Miss. Corey Peabody, that's the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing. Corey's got his game face on, gonna need it from lane number 4. Lane number 3 is going to be the BWR Racing, that's U1. There's the young man, Andrew Tate. Oh, how he would love to get the jump on the field. Got a mighty fast race boat coming from lane 3. Then lane 2, how about this one? U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, Jamie Nilsen. Now there's a game face. He's never had his hands on a Tiger quite like the way the FLAV-R-PAC's been running this weekend. He will be in lane 2. And if there's a rocket ship down there that's not a hydroplane, this might be it. The U27, Jimmy Shane. Oh, he knows what's necessary. Best part is he's having fun, and man, that boat is fast. The U27 Miss Apollo, he'll be on the inside. That is our 6-boat field, 5 boats on the front row. Everybody's coming across start finish line. There goes Corey Peabody. He comes by. Dylan Runne comes by. Andrew Tate has already been by.
3 minutes now. 3 minutes till the start.
Here comes Jamie Nilsen in the U11 of Miss FLAV-R-PAC. He comes across the start-finish line. Right behind him, it's all red, white, and blue. Could he possibly pull off the victory here in the Apollo Columbia Cup? He being Jimmy Shane in the Miss Apollo. Red, white, and blue, 250th birthday for this great country of ours. Seem only fitting. And here comes J. Michael Kelly floating the U00, the Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing.
Giving everybody a little wave as he went by the start-finish line, doing his timing run there. That's a fast boat. They've worked so hard. That thing's really starting to show some speed.
Yeah, it is. I think they're going to go to Seattle, where Mike loves that race course. But that's next week. Right now, the task at hand in 2 minutes until the start. The task at hand is the 2026 Columbia Cup.
It's so hard not to get over anxious here, and we've seen Jamie Nilsen fall back before the start here and make sure he gets a full head of steam. We'll see if he does the same thing here for the final. You do not want to get behind, have that rough water dictate how you're going to make your start, so I suspect he's going to be up there with everybody before the start.
Everything's going to be a little bit different this time. More boats, more laps, a bigger prize. 1 minute and 30 seconds, 1:30 till our start. Oh, look at this shot. Everybody just crawling down here at a $1:20. Corey's going to come across first, then Jamie, then Andrew, then Jimmy, then Mike, and Dylan trailing the field as he is supposed to. Oh, how he'd love to go put that Tennessee orange nose up with the crowd.
Yeah, that's got to be tough for Dylan. He did a great job this weekend, but, you know, he's not out of it yet. There has been a win from the trailer before. We got to go back a ways, but it's happened.
It has happened before, and I wouldn't make that wager. All right, coming off the bottom end of the race course with 45 seconds, 45 until our start. The boats are really going to bunch up now as they get to the top end of the race course. Jimmy Shane trailing the field a little bit up the backstretch, but he knows his lane is there, and that is lane number 1. Then right behind him, you see Jamie Nilsen and Andrew Tate. They are going to slot themselves into lane number 2 and 3, coming up on 20 seconds. 20 seconds until the start. Top end of the race course. Time to go racing. 13 seconds, 12 seconds, got 5 boats pretty close together. Got to come down and time this right. This is critical. We are inside 5, we are 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. And I think we've got 2 boats across the line, and unfortunately I think one of them was on that inside lane number 2, and I think it was Jamie Nilsen, but we'll call them as they are in the water until we get it. I think the other boat was J. Michael Kelly, and it is Jamie Nilsen going to come off the corner first, but off to his left it is Jimmy Shane. Now watch the acceleration on that 27. He's going to come up, but look at Nilsen. Nilsen's got good speed. He may have jumped the gun. We don't know, so we're going to call them the way they are, and there goes. Okay, and apparently it has just been the Maverick presented by Beacon Plumbing that jumped the start. So Jamie Nilsen is legal just outside of Jimmy Shane. That's a big development, Dustin.
Absolutely. Jamie Nilsen pulls up dead even now with Jimmy Shane on the inside, Nilsen on the outside, and here comes Tate out in lane 3. We got 3 boats tied together.
Wow, look at this. It is Shane, Nilsen, Tate, 1, 2, 3, and then it's J. Michael Kelly on the outside. Kelly jumped the gun. Nilsen is good. He is legal. Corey Peabody crosses the line. He is not in the thick of this thing at all. Bottom end of the race course here on lap number 2, and there's a big wall of water that came off Andrew Tate. I don't know, you were watching the video. I don't know if he hooked, but oh my goodness. Now, where is Andrew Tate? Andrew Tate is right outside Jimmy Shane. This is not over by any stretch. Your second place boat now is Andrew Tate. He is on the outside of Jimmy Shane in the Miss Apollo. Jamie Nilsen in the Miss FLAV-R-PAC has dropped back a little bit, and now Nilsen moves to the outside. He got wet up there at the top end. Now coming down to put 2 in the books. Remember, fans, we go 5 times around. 2 are in the books. It's Shane. Tate is not going away, Dustin.
No, Tate is letting it all hang out right now. He's made up a little bit of ground on the outside. He's within half a rooster tail right now. Shane holding on the buoys, but Tate can actually move in now. He's in lane number 2, and he's giving chase. They head into turn number 1, and Tate is right there on the outside hip.
Oh, and boy, that was a big hop for Jimmy Shane. Holy smoke, you saw the whole boat come out of the water.
Tate made up some ground there. Jimmy Shane got way out of shape. Tate held it in there, and he's within a rooster tail. He's charging hard.
He is still hanging right there. If there is any way that he can run down Jimmy Shane, he would love to do it. Andrew Tate is going to run all 5 laps hard. This is lap number 3. He's going to stay right in that right side rear view mirror. Jimmy Shane comes off the top end of the race course. He will come down and complete lap number 3, start lap number 4. Jimmy Shane driving to 27 to Miss Apollo, and Andrew Tate, he's starting to give a little bit of ground, Dustin.
Absolutely, and Tate just needs to focus on keeping that boat on the water at this point. He is so out of shape, it's incredible. He's doing a great job, but Jimmy Shane right now has the cleanest water available, and he's stretching out that lead by just a little bit, but Tate's not giving up on the outside.
He is not going to give up, not by any stretch of the imagination. He made up a little ground down there in the corner.
He did. He's charging hard. He's within 3/4 of a rooster tail right now. Jimmy Shane on the inside keeps hitting those big holes, and Andrew Tate's got a loose boat ride. He's getting over the top of the slop, and he's actually gaining a little bit here on the outside, looking for clean water.
A lap and a half to go in our Columbia Cup final heat, and it's a dandy up at the top end of the race course. It's been Jimmy Shane since the completion of lap number 1. Andrew Tate made up ground at the bottom end of the race course. He may have given some of it back up at the top. And Jimmy Shane flies the boat again. They're encountering some rough water, but we knew that would happen as we start the final lap.
This is it. This is the last lap. This is as rough as this place gets with a big field of boats. Jimmy Shane doing a fantastic job keeping this thing on the water. Andrew Tate just wrestling this thing around the race course. What a good job by both these drivers. Jimmy Shane stretching it out just a little bit. This is survival at this point.
Yeah, Shane took another big hop down there, but it didn't make any difference because he really opened up ground on Andrew Tate. It is suddenly almost 2 rooster tails. Jimmy Shane is in a good position to claim the 2026 Columbia Cup. He is halfway home. He's got to get up the backstretch around the top end of the race course and come down where he will see a checkered flag. His radio guys are telling him where Andrew Tate is.
You can see there is no good place to be on this race course. You see water breaking over the nose of Jimmy Shane in the Apollo boat. He's doing everything he can, and here he comes to the line.
Your winner of the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup, Jimmy Shane in the Miss Apollo, and he flies the right sponson coming across. I tell you what, Andrew Tate was a gamer. I think he pulled his foot at the end of lap number 4. He was given a little bit of ground. He was not going to get him.
Smart driving.
Hard driving indeed. Here comes our 3rd place finisher. It'll be a podium finish for Jamie Nilsen and the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. They would have to be happy about that, I would assume.
Absolutely. What a run by that FLAV-R-PAC boat. Just a great job by Jamie Nilsen. Made a great start. Tough position being inside of those, in between those 2 boats.
Our next boat across the start-finish line will be the U00, the Maverick, driven by J. Michael Kelly and presented by Beacon Plumbing, but he jumped the start. He had to wire that thing. He was on the outside. He really didn't have much of a choice. He gave it everything he had. He pushed the line and the start as best he could, but he got across too early. So our 4th place finisher coming across right now, Corey Peabody in the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing. About lap number 3, Dylan Runne in the U40 Bucket List Racing headed back toward the pit area. I didn't mention anything about it. I saw him head back, but it wasn't part and parcel of our final heat. But, yeah, there you see, those of you on the live stream see in the background there. And I'm going to assume something like that, Dustin, is just discretion's the better part of valor. You're just going to beat the boat up.
Absolutely, yeah. Basically what you're doing is you're waiting for one of the boats on the front row to make a mistake, something to happen to where you're actually in the game at that point, and everybody made a good start, so you got to peel off, save the equipment for next weekend.
So we will await, first of all, a call of it being clean on the water, save the gun jumping. So it is clean on the water. All right, so the racing was clean on the water, save the gun jump by the U00 Maverick and J. Michael Kelly, presented by Beacon Plumbing. So that means they're going to pull that black box, which isn't. I always have to say that. They'll pull the black box out of the Miss Apollo. They'll take it up to the tech truck, and they'll run it through the technical paces. It doesn't take very long. It takes about 4 to 4.5 minutes if everything goes according to Hoyle. And once we get word that the U-27 has cleared the truck, we will have it.
What a race, though. Could we ask for a better final heat? I mean, that was absolutely incredible. See the boats still working their way in from the race course. A bunch of very exhausted drivers there.
Those of you watching on the H1 live stream can see the Miss Apollo back at the dock. You can also see the H1 Unlimited camera people. You can see Jimmy Shane and our Danny Rogers. As soon as they are ready and give us thumbs up, we will go down to Danny, and I'm sure is very happy. Let's go down to Danny Rogers standing by with our unofficial winner, Jimmy Shane.
Jimmy, all weekend long, this was called the fastest and most competitive weekend in the Tri-Cities. What more did you need a grab out of the tank to come out as the unofficial winner on the water here?
Yeah, I think just having a great lane position for that final really did it. That's what you build up over the weekend, and you got to race hard all weekend long. And we were just fortunate to get through that extremely rough water. 6 boats out there on the course. It really chopped up turn 1, and I took some pretty big licks, and the boat was flying a little bit through the corners, and luckily we came down. I was able to hold my lanes through all the corners and just keep the Apollo out front.
No one would know you just came out of retirement after 4 seasons, back-to-back winning weekends for you. How sweet is this moment for you right now?
I mean, it's awesome. It's cool. I definitely needed a break. I needed to reset my mindset on the sport, and there was a lot of things that had to happen for me to come back, and just amazing to have the opportunity to be in this equipment, what Bruce has provided and the Ratchford family, Apollo, the entire Apollo company, and all of BWR Racing. What they have done for us with this equipment, it really helps keep us out front. Not only that, it helps us put a great show on for the fans. The qualifying heats were the best they've probably ever seen in all the years here in Tri-Cities, and that's what we were hoping for. So, yeah, rough, tough final heat. The boat handled it like a champ, and I'll take some Tylenol, and I'll be good to go for tomorrow.
Another heat that came down to BWR Racing. What kind of tone do you two continue to set?
Well, I think it just shows, preparation is key for the entire race circuit. What the people that we have on this team, Taylor Evans, Mike Hansen, the entire crew, when you do things right, it's the quickest way to get things done, and you do it right the first time, and it really shows. So just fortunate for me to be able to push the pedal down and go fast.
Congrats. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Got to do it. I got to say hi to my boys, Colton and Hudson. I love you, boys. I miss you. And hi to all the fans watching out on the YouTube live stream. And thanks for sticking around all weekend long. Thank you.
Well, we figured he'd be a happy guy. Didn't disappoint. And he remembered the kids without it being last second this time. So to Colton and Hudson, Dad's been spot on all weekend and pretty good with his comments.
Absolutely. Yeah, he does a great job of, climbing out of the boat. He just got beat up as much as you could, but he could not be any happier. And I know how hard that team's been working. And, think back a few weeks when they were still trying to decide which boat they were going to use going forward this season. And I think if you go down there and talk to Jimmy right now, which boat, I don't think it would even be a question. He is loving that new ride.
And I'm still thinking there's still a lot of potential to realize in that boat. There's more in there.
Absolutely there is. Yeah, they keep finding more each weekend and each time they have it out there. So watch out for Seattle, because I bet you they're going to be charging for the front also.
This boat and this hull actually on some level kind of reminds me to the boat that Andrew Tate is driving when they launched it here in 2018. It was so fast and so dominant right out of the box. And yeah, they had the issue with the boat Jimmy's driving now down in Gunnersville when it got upside down and crashed and all that. But when they finally got to put a full season behind it and a full off season behind it and put the thing together and do the trick things they wanted to do, this thing's coming out and it is dominant.
Absolutely, yeah. There is a lot of changes, subtle changes to this boat that the fans can't see, and they keep it under wraps down there at the team. So they're not going to let anybody know what they're doing. But this boat is different. It's not the same. It might look similar, but it's completely different. And like you said, the U1, that's a very different boat also. And if you look at them side by side, nothing is the same.
Well, there's one thing that's the same. They're both fast.
That's very true. Very true.
They're both really fast. My goodness.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think you can picture a more dominant set of boats right now. I mean, they're doing something right, and it's showing.
Wow. And finally we get to take a breath. I can look at the ticker, which is not on our screen at the bottom, and it's not telling us that in about 3 minutes we've got another 5-minute gun and we're ready to go racing in another class. It's done. The 2026 Columbia Cup is in the books. Our Danny Rogers is down on the dock. She's not done with just her single interview with Jimmy Shane. I'm sure she is going to catch up with some of the other drivers. We'll jump in with it. And I think I'm getting now that Danny Rogers is standing by with Andrew Tate. Let's go to Danny on the dock.
Andrew, another heat coming down to BWR Racing. How difficult is it to climb out of the hole when you've got Jimmy running such a tight race with you?
We knew it was going to be really tough. I think the only chance I had was to hit the line wide open with a bit of a run, and unfortunately I was a half a second later than I wanted to be, and we were playing catch up most of the race there, trying to, but you know, we kept him honest, I think, and made him drive the boat hard. So from where we were, that was kind of the goal. You know, you hope maybe he makes a mistake and falters a little bit and you can capitalize, but he drove a good race, and yeah, hats off to the team. Sorry.
Where does this weekend in the Tri-Cities stack up compared to the ones you've raced in before?
I don't know. I think I'm going to forget about it pretty quick. We didn't win. So, I mean, the event was great. The people were great, the volunteers, the rescue team, H1. I think some of the elemental challenges we had with some seaweed and wind and stuff, we did pretty good. But for me, I'm already thinking about Seattle.
What's the number one thing you're going to look for data-wise to get ready for Seattle?
Well, hopefully we clear the truck. It hasn't really, they're still working on it, I'm sure. But the blue boat is super, super fast the second half of the corner and the first half of the straightaway. I think we're probably a little bit better at the end of the straightaway. But by the time you get there, it doesn't matter if he's ahead of you. So I might have a meeting here with Mr. Hansen and see what we can do in the next week. If we can't do much, which it's hard to do, really anything significant, maybe we look towards changing a few things for San Diego.
We appreciate you. Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not like they didn't, as Hanauer said many years ago. I used to like the term. Somebody asked him, what did you do after a real tough race? And he said, well, we just wound up and hit them. We took a swing. And that's pretty much what he said. They took a shot. He gave it everything he had. Yeah, he said he was a tick late. But the blue boat was really quick through the second half of the corner and off the exit pin. And now, one thing that will change, and I want to ask you about this. This is a nice big 2-mile race, or 2.5-mile race course with good long straightaways and a wide corner down there in one. Now we go to a 2-mile race course, and it's definitely shorter in the straightaway. So I'm going to assume that crew chiefs and drivers, they're going to sit around and talk about what kind of a gear package do we want to try during testing, because they're going to gear it, I'm assuming, different than they did here.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a lot of changes they can make with gears and props and stuff, and to be honest with you, I'm a little surprised that Andrew isn't happy with the way it's cornering or accelerating, because up until this point, that has been the fastest cornering boat on the circuit. So that just shows you how fast that blue boat is, and they're already judging where they need to improve with the #1 boat. So there are a lot of different things they can do. There's bull nose changes, there's air trap changes they can do. So a lot of the stuff, when he says, I don't know if we'll have enough time between now and Seattle, if there is a team that can make those changes in between now and Seattle, it's that BWR team, because they have everything at their disposal and some of the most talented people in the business there at the shop full time. So I can't wait for Seattle. I mean, if they already know what they need to do to make that other BWR boat faster, then holy cow, that thing is going to be a rocket ship. And don't count out those strong boats, because like you said, that's Jay Michael's race course, so to speak. I mean, he does so well at that place. He can take a boat that is barely competitive and go out there and just cover the field. And we've been blown away this weekend with some of these other boats. You know, the 11 and the 40 have been lights out. So there's so many things going on here. I don't know. I don't think that there is any change too big for that team to make before next weekend, personally.
Well, and one of the good things that they have to deal with is if they get out of town here tomorrow morning, they can be home by middle of the day. They don't have to go more than 3 hours. Apparently our Danny Rogers is busy on the dock, and up in the pit area she's found Jamie Nilsen. Let's go to her interview now.
Jamie, so far, third place unofficial. finish for you. What's one way to describe being sandwiched between BWR and that final heat?
Stressful. It's pretty stressful, but you know what? I got to give all the credit to the Miss FLAV-R-PAC crew. They worked really hard all weekend and gave me a boat that I've never felt before. So this boat was a rocket ship all weekend. We had a bit of a roller coaster ride as far as the heats went, but when it really counted, I was able to put some good starts together and try to give those guys a run for the money. We gave them everything we had, and you know, some tough competition over there at BWR, but we're not that far off. So I think we got a lot to be encouraged about and a lot to build on.
If you could name one thing, what was the biggest change for FLAV-R-PAC this weekend?
You know, we tried some different combinations of engines and propellers, and I think it really paid off. But, you know, more than anything, we could really feel the energy from all our friends, family, all the U11 fans, and I mean the hundreds of FLAV-R-PAC employees that were here supporting us, the FLAV-R-PAC family on the backstretch. We could really feel their energy all weekend long, and that was a big boost for us. We really appreciate it.
What comes to mind first when you think about Seattle? That is incoming in just a few days already.
You know, after the way the Miss FLAV-R-PAC ran this weekend, we're very excited. So can't wait. It's going to be a long week waiting for Seattle, but we'll be there soon enough and look for the Miss FLAV-R-PAC to really make a run at the title out there.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Jamie didn't miss a beat there, certainly being sure to thank all of the FLAV-R-PAC employees and all those fans cheering for them on the Pasco side. So good for Jamie. And whatever they tried this weekend that was different, he talked about combinations, or if there's something secretive they're not going to tell us that they had up their sleeve. It's been a long time since I've seen a boat make the leap that they made from Madison, Indiana to what they just did here this weekend. I mean, this boat, it was an entirely different entity. They were in this thing, and they were in it all the way.
Absolutely. You know, he just said that this is a good building block and something they can start building on and move forward. But if the building blocks are all that size, then look out, because they made a tremendous leap this weekend. And I mean, right out of the box, it was crazy to see the improvement. And I spoke with, you know, some of the team members a couple nights ago, and they were pretty excited because they actually know the direction they want to go in. They know the changes they want to make, and they're acquiring some equipment and making some small changes, including that propeller we spoke about earlier. But the whole package, when it comes together, and now that they're pretty focused on the direction they need to go, look out for that 11 team, because they're going.
Yeah, and what I want to talk about relative to that team, but any team for sure, this is a team that's, I'm not going to say they were an also-ran, but they weren't considered in the top tier always. And all of a sudden, they leaped into the top tier this weekend. Talk a little bit about what this does for the morale of all those people, and let alone Scott and Shannon, the boat owners, but those crew members and those kids and that team, and Jamie, as he was just talking. What does that do for the morale? And we've got Danny Rogers again. She's running around and caught up with the trailer boat driver, Dylan Runne.
Dylan, you didn't finish that final heat. Why'd you have to pull off the course?
Yeah, you know, we were in the trailer position there, and it gets real rough behind 5 H1 Unlimiteds back there. So we want to save the equipment for next weekend. We saw a little bit of damage to the wing, and just on to Seattle. A little dejected from this weekend. Feel for the team. A lot of work to do this week to get ready, but we'll be back at it in 5 days. What
is the outlook for the boat and just making sure it's ready to go?
Yeah, just more preventative maintenance this week. You know, we ran into some challenges unexpectedly this week. We're running the boat hard and finding new things that are just coming up. And again, it's been a boat that's sat in the garage for a year, and I think we're dealing with a little bit of those challenges. But the team's working really hard. We're having a lot of fun doing it. We're just trying to keep our heads up and move to next weekend.
What is this boat capable of when it can all come together finally?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of things that need to come together right now, but it's a fast boat for sure. We have the right prop program. We have a good engine program. I got to be a little more consistent here and deal with some things that are coming to me, and then go from there.
We'll see you in Seattle. Thanks.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks.
I liked his comments there. I mean, he feels like the team can maybe make this change, that change, do a few things, this and that, but he also owned the fact he can do a better job.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, that weekend started off so much better than the previous weekend for the U40 team. And I hope that they're not down on themselves at all, because they put a great package, a great program together for this weekend. They had a few things go against them, you know, a few things that could have went either way. So again, you need to just wipe the slate clean coming out of this weekend and go into Seattle with a good outlook, because he's a great driver. They got some great equipment, and they got a chance to win that race. So just stay positive and keep pushing, because you talk about fan favorites like, you know, the U11, the U40 is right there with them.
The U40 has always had a big following, and we are getting now that it is official. No longer unofficial result. The 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup champion, Jimmy Shane, in the Miss Apollo, the U27. It's official. He was dominant all weekend. You're going to have to pry it out of his hands, but he earned it. He drove the daylights out of that boat.
Yeah. He did an absolute perfect job, and you know, I think if you look back at this weekend, there's not much he would change. You know, he had a slight problem with a gun jump early in the weekend, and he said it himself, I'm just glad I got that one out of the way. And after that point, he was absolutely perfect, and he did his job. The team gave him a great boat, and he was a smart driver, used every opportunity he was given, and put it in the winner's circle.
Yeah, he made a mistake early on Saturday. It's a lot like a football team. You don't win the game in the first quarter, but you sure can in the fourth quarter. And when the money was on the table, at 27 Apollo, and Jimmy Shane was up to the challenge. And it was a challenge, and you can say, sure, he had the inside lane. Of course he's going to win. We know what that lower end looks like down there. You've driven through it, and it becomes an ocean down there. I called at least 2 huge hops that he made down there, and he alluded to it when he got back. He said, I had the boat way out of the water, but came down flat and kept going. He was up to the challenge.
Yeah, and Jimmy's one of those guys where he's not going to come back in and say, you know, oh, this boat's perfect, don't change a thing. He's always thinking about the next step. And just like Andrew said, you know, I have a lot of things in mind I want to change to make this U1 faster. Jimmy's going to have the same list, you know, on his tablet to say, hey, here's a few things I want to try going into Seattle, because like you stated earlier, that's a completely different race course. You know, it's got parallel rollers, and we've seen that U27, it gets light, it gets out of shape. Jimmy's doing a great job of bringing it back down, but you need to make changes to make that thing drivable.
Yeah, and I kind of alluded to J. Michael Kelly, because I think he's going to drive out of here feeling pretty good about what he's got. I think he feels like he's got a much better piece than they had when they left Indiana, and driving that U00 Maverick presented by Beacon Plumbing. And we're going to go to Lake Washington, where he's had a great amount of success. He's one of only 2 drivers who has ever won 4 races in a row on Lake Washington. And there was a guy by the name, I forget it, Muncie, something like that, from 1970 to 1980. And I think our Danny is standing by with the aforementioned J. Michael Kelly. Let's go to Danny Rogers.
Mike, from your vantage point, how close were you to not jumping at the start line in that final heat?
Just a matter of inches, really. Looking back when they on what we saw, it was pretty dang close. But I knew going up there I was going to have to really lace that start if I was going to be in the fight. So,
what's the mental state once you know you've jumped a little bit? You've got to finish this thing.
Super frustrating, because I was moving up on Jamie for 3rd place and really battling it out through that rough stuff. And just when you hear you jump the gun, it just kind of takes the wind out of you, and then you're just on cruise mode and just finish the race.
What can you build off going into Seattle?
We can build a lot off of this. We came, you know, we didn't start off great. We made huge strides throughout the weekend, and my boat ride was absolutely amazing. We were fast in that final. It's hard to do anything when you're on the outside, especially when you got faster boats on your inside. So, yeah, you know, so really my only chance in that final was hope those guys were snoozing. I laced that start and could come over, but got fast guys out there, and just wasn't our final.
We'll see you soon next week, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
He's still got that smile on the face. You see that there, Mr. Eccles?
He does. He knows where he's headed to in a few days, and like I said before, that's pretty much his race course. And you were just saying how dominant he's been there.
Yeah, he likes it there, and he's won a number of times. There's people that have won more times than J. Michael Kelly on Lake Washington, but only 2 of them have ever run 4 in a row. And oh, by the way, that streak is ended, so he's not going for 5 in a row. But he likes that course, and it's, as you said, a very, very challenging course. You've got those parallel rollers coming off the log boom, coming off the north end, off the floating bridge. You got all those boats on the other side of the log boom that are moving around, and the water's moving. There's just rollers laying in that thing. It's a tough race course.
Absolutely, and it's a short race course, a 2 mile compared to this 2.5 mile that they just ran on. And basically, you get around it so quick, you're running through your own slop again. And it's a rough one. It's a toilet bowl, but he's got a good boat ride. He says, and I can tell, just in the interview that we just watched, that he's confident in it. He knows it's going to be fast, and he knows it's a good setup for that weekend. So they'll be just fine.
They will be just fine. We've already confirmed our race winner, that being Jimmy Shane in the U-27, the Miss Apollo. He is the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup champion. Bruce Rashford, congratulations. You are the title sponsor of this event. You're the title sponsor of the U-27, and your boat just won your race. From where I come from, I think that's a pretty good weekend.
That's about as good as it gets right there.
It doesn't get much better, and since Bruce has gotten involved in this sport, he's put together just an absolutely incredible race team, including 2 boats, and they are extremely fast, and somebody's going to have to work really hard to knock one of them off. But Jimmy Shane, he came back after that 4-year absence. He said he had to get his head right, and he needed a break from the sport. He got it. He came back, and I know Jimmy said, I've talked to him, he wanted to come back. He wanted to have fun. And I've got to think with what we saw in the interviews from Jimmy Shane this weekend, he's having fun. He's working his tail off, but he's having fun.
No, he's having a ton of fun, and you can just tell by that smile when he says hi to the boys back home, and he jumps off with that big grin. I love it. I'm just so glad he's such a good person. I'm glad to see him happy and getting some success, that he came back. And another thing that I see this weekend is if you're going to go out there and beat those BWR boats, you're going to have to do it all weekend long, because you need to put yourself in a good position to get a good lane for the final. And, both of those boats had some mistakes this weekend. And unfortunately for the other teams, they weren't able to capitalize on the mistakes that were made by those guys. But going into Seattle, I think you're going to see that's what it's going to be, they're going to need to do to take the inside lanes away from those guys in the final heats, is you got to be good early.
Yeah, and what you just said is a very good point, because it speaks directly to this new race format. You're going to have to beat them all weekend long, because every heat, qualifying, all the heats are building blocks, and they just keep building on each other. And so you can't just beat them in one heat and then figure out you'll find a way inside them in the final. No, you've got to beat them all weekend and then get yourself on an inside lane as a result of the way the points shake out. And I think our Danny Rogers is caught up with Corey Peabody. So once again, let's go down to Danny Rogers and Corey.
Corey, in your words, how would you best sum up that final heat for you?
It's just a giant rollers everywhere, when you're out that far, and I knew people jumped the gun, you just kind of settle in, and that's all it is. Just get around the race course and try and bring the boat back.
From your vantage point, what made this weekend so competitive across the board?
Everybody's worked really hard. Everybody's gotten faster. We got faster, but at the same time, some people got faster than what we did. So, that's racing. So we got to go do some homework and catch up with people.
You'll do some homework for Seattle. What comes to mind first when you think about that race weekend?
Gearbox and propeller. That's what it is. Get our boats back. Get them, the little nicks and scratches fixed on them, and really look at our gearbox combinations, and we'll go from there.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well, we made a comment earlier that we thought some of the busiest people in the eastern side of the state of Washington, and specifically down here in the Tri-Cities, were the crane operators. Well, over the last half an hour, I think Danny Rogers has given them a run for their money. She's been all over that pit area. I think she's talked now to everybody that was on the front row in the final, and including Dylan Runne, who was the trailer. So she did 6 interviews in there and did a darn fine job of it. So, Danny, we greatly appreciate what you did down in the pit area. And right now, we are going to take a quick break. You and I need to have a little bit of a break. We're going to huddle up with our producer, and we will come back with some closing comments about the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. The champion is in the books. It's official. It is Jimmy Shane, driver of the U-27 of Miss Apollo. He's going to walk out of here tonight with the big chunk of hardware. Don't go away. We'll come back with some closing comments. back on the start-finish line one more time for the weekend as the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup is in the books. The results are all final. Jimmy Shane and the Miss Apollo is your 2026 Columbia Cup champion. He's the one who will walk out of here with the big piece of hardware tonight. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank a couple sponsors on behalf of not only H1 Unlimited, but also Jacobs Radio. We would like to thank the participation from A1 Refrigeration in Pasco. They've been involved with H1 Unlimited Racing for many, many years, and we appreciate greatly their participation, not only in the community and this event, but with H1 Unlimited. A1 for your airflow, heating, air conditioning, or electrical needs. It's A1 Refrigeration in Pasco. We would also like to thank the fine folks at Legends Casino. Legends Casino, another longtime sponsor of this event. They are just up the highway from us here, but they're very active in the Tri-Cities and the community. This is a name that is familiar to pretty much everybody in the Tri-Cities, and a lot of that is because of their participation in the Tri-City Waterfallies and the annual Columbia Cup. On behalf of H1 Unlimited and Jacobs Radio, thank you to Legends Casino and Hotel. With that, I want to shift my focus over to you, sir. Mr. Dustin Eccles, you got some closing comments we can toss around here?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted, as I can imagine all the teams are. But what a great weekend. I mean, it was fantastic. And I think that the thing that I can take out of this weekend is how much each and every team improved from the point that we got here this weekend to where we are leaving right now. I mean, they were close when they came in, and we started seeing each team get faster and better, and we talked about boat drivability and top speed and just handling. And as we're leaving here, every single team made leaps and bounds. And as one team got better, the other team just closed in and sometimes surpassed. So as we leave Tri-Cities and head into Seattle, again, it's going to be absolutely incredible. But each boat's getting better, and I can't wait.
And that's always the goal. Wherever you start, make sure every time you run it, it gets a little quicker, a little faster, or, as you talked about, a little more drivable. And I really like that commentary that you had this weekend, specifically when talking about Jeff Bernard and the U12, the Graham Trucking. Once again, our official final heat results of the 2026 Columbia Cup. Your winner, Jimmy Shane, 400 points in the final, but the big one was that gives him the big trophy to walk out of here with tonight. Our second place boat was his teammate. We're not going to get into that discussion. We had it. They are teammates, but according to Andrew Tate, they're boats of similar ownership, but they are different entities. We'll give him that one. Andrew Tate came home in second place, but he was a gamer. He gave it everything he had for 4 of those 5 laps. Jamie Nilsen with a really, really good weekend. I think for sure they are walking out of here with their heads held high, as we talked a little bit earlier about momentum. They've got some momentum now. They know what they want to do to make it even faster. I'm sure the conversations over dinner tonight will be very interesting. The Miss FLAV-R-PAC is going to be a player before this year is over. Congratulations to Scott and Shannon Rainey and the Miss FLAV-R-PAC team, and of course, Jamie Nilsen. Our 4th place finisher was the U3, the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing. It's driven by Corey Peabody. And I think he has to be happy. I know he's disappointed because his name is not the one at the top of the list. And you guys are all the same. If you race for one reason. You race to win. He didn't win, but I think they found more speed in that boat. And you heard him talk about what they will do this coming week before Seattle. Propellers and gearboxes, different combinations. They're never going to be happy. They know they're not quick enough now, but they're a lot quicker, I think, than they were in Madison. They made steps in the right direction, and the same can be said for our 5th place finisher, J. Michael Kelly in the U00, the Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing. They come home in 5th place. Mike knew he had to hit that start with everything he had. He jumped it by a thumbnail, but that was going to be a tall order anyway. But he's walking out of here with a smile on his face, almost as big as Jimmy Shane, because they found a sweet spot in that boat, and they're going to build upon that. And he's going to a race course he likes very well in Seattle, so keep an eye open for them. You still haven't seen exactly all there is to have in the U40 bucket list racing in Dylan Runne. That boat has got an incredible amount of speed. The Brain Trust down there, you know them well. they will find a way to get more speed out of it and get a boat ride in Seattle. One of these days, they're going to stand up and they're going to snap somebody. And I hope it doesn't come as a big surprise because it's been foreshadowed. Dylan Runne comes home in 6th place. So that's the story from the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. You gave some closing comments there and what your thoughts were. I will simply add to all of that that even going beyond the H1 Unlimited Racing, we had a number of support classes in here. They put on a great show, and I think the fans here along the shoreline were entertained. They were entertained all weekend. The racing was good from top to bottom, from H1 all the way down to the smallest boats and everything in between. We didn't have a lot in the matter of incidents on the water. Carson Kelly, unfortunately, got his boat upside down, but he's okay. And we had an incident with the vintage boats, but they're both okay. And as I said earlier, what Lee Shana said, we can fix the boat, and they'll get that done. So I think it was a great weekend. I think H1 with this new race format, I don't think there's a fan walking out of here that if you asked them tonight, they wouldn't say, that was awesome. The preliminary heats were close. They were side by side. They were fast. I can't wait to read the speeds. But at the end of the day, Jimmy Shane's, again, standing at the top of the mountain. So we'll see how it plays out in Seattle. It's going to be a big weekend for the Seattle Seafair event. We have been racing there since 1951. There it is on the schedule. You'll see July 31st. That's next weekend. That's next Friday through August the 2nd. The Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. That will be on Lake Washington. It just drips with history at the Stan Sayers Memorial Pit area. And then on September 18th through the 20th, we'll close out the 2026 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing season for H1 with the Bill Muncie Cup at Bayfair on San Diego's Mission Bay. That's what's on tap for us. That's what's coming down the road. On behalf of Danny Rogers and Dustin Eccles, I want to thank both of you publicly. You two both did yeoman's work this weekend. It is a pleasure, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It is a pleasure working with the two of you. You guys did a great job. Thank you both. I am Brad Luce, and looking at that schedule one more time, it is next weekend in Seattle. It will be the Apollo Mechanical Cup at sea there. At the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. We'll be there. We hope you will be too. On behalf of Danny Rogers and Dustin Eccles, this is Brad Luce saying so long from the Tri-Cities of Washington. Good night, everybody. Doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag.
I'm Jimmy Shane, and you're watching H1 Unlimited on YouTube.